Drodzy Państwo, jesteśmy już po dłuższej przerwie na puszczenie rozwodów. Za chwilę rozpoczniemy ten drugi blok kwalifikacyjny, który będzie dniem dzisiejszego. Rozpoczniemy od ćwierćfinału mężczyzn na dystansie 1500 metrów, później ćwierćfinały kobiet szpaterowe na dystansie 3000 metrów. Następnie zobaczymy biegi eliminacyjne mężczyzn na 500 metrów, biegi interwałowe na 1000 metrów, ćwierćfinały szpatek mieszanych, biegi interwałowe mężczyzn na 500 metrów i dzisiejszą rywalizację zakończymy biegami rankingowymi kobiet szpaterowymi na dystansie 3000 metrów. Za chwilę rozpoczniemy, oczywiście nie zabraknie emocji i nie zabraknie reprezentantów Polski. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to enter a longer break for the ISU play, and in just a few minutes we will start the second block of the qualification round. First one here in Gdansk, Poland. We will start according to our fight with the quarterfinals for the men's 3,000 meters races, then quarterfinals of the women's 3,000 meters relay races. We will have teams for the men 500 meters, women 1,000 meters representative races, each team relay for the finals, men 500 meters representative races, and we will end this way with the ranking final of the 3,000 meters relay.
Welcome back inside the Hala Olivia on the northern end of Gdansk, Poland. The afternoon session of qualifying day number 1. The ISU Short Track World Tour stop number 3. Gavin Date, Catherine Reuter-Adamek, fed, watered, fueled to hopefully get the energy through to guide us through the next several hours of qualifying racing. We see skaters already out on the ice. That is quarterfinal heat number 1 in the men's 1,500 meters. This is where big seated skaters enter the fray, and none bigger than that man in the Crystal Globe helmet. William Dongenew also here. Stan de Smet. Brendan Corey's in the mix for what is perhaps his preferred event. Martin Kolenc there. Martin Kolenc. Felix Pigeon, Gleb Ivchenko, and Lai Tsai Huan Chen. So 7 skaters. There are a total of 7 heats. Top 2 from each race, and up to 5 fastest third place skaters qualify for the semifinals.
Go to the start. Ready.
So we always love to note how swift the start is, and let's see, we did see Lai Tsai go off on a bit of a flyer, and I don't think he's doing that tactic this time because they're right up on him. But he might be pushing it, Catherine, to maybe go for that time.
He definitely wants the time, and so something to consider. If you are not kind of a sure bet, you need the pace to go fast because you're reliant on a time. And I'll just say honestly, William Dongenew and Stan de Smet, these are our sure bets. Nothing is sure in short track, but everyone else in the field is thinking, I need that fastest third time, or I need to do something incredible, or I need someone to make a mistake. So out of those options, the best option is to try to get the time.
Dongenew in front, a whopping 4 gold medals in 2 weekends in Montreal as he was off and away in the defense of his Crystal Globe title. And yeah, the tempo's picked up. Lai Tsai certainly wanting to push it, but yeah, keep an eye out for de Smet there in the white of the Belgian Ice Bears. Brendan Corey winding it up out the outside, getting behind Gleb Ivchenko. Now he's battling with de Smet for position.
And remember, these ice conditions are a bit slow and sticky, so athletes do have to be aware of how many bumps can I take, how much contact can I take in a race. Every time you take a bump, you lose speed, you have to rebuild, and you get exhausted faster on ice like this. So it just layers on more intensity to their strategy, and no, we need a little better strategy than that.
Shoulder to shoulder. Might have been one of those times where who's the stronger one, and de Smet coming away with it. It will get reviewed, but I mean, those guys, they were almost looking like they were standing up shoulder to shoulder.
Well, sometimes it's a game of chicken, and you're standing there like, you're going to give up or am I going to give up? Well, no one wants to give up because there's Olympic qualifying spots on the line.
In the end, coming through at the bell, it's Dongenew. Corey up the inside trying to get into second, but it is Pigeon. This would be a good result for him.
And a surprising result for Stan de Smet, back and forth.
Definitely talking about the seated skaters in this. It's Pigeon who came through this morning, who home ice, a little extra zip in his step there. And it will be Corey just checking that third place time, 2:17.17, but we do have an early review. As de Smet went shoulder to shoulder with Gleb Ivchenko of the Kazakh Nomads. Corey who made that move, but then Pigeon was wise to it and made the move around the outside. And so results are final. The review, nothing going on between the two, just 2 guys going shoulder to shoulder in the end. And so Dongenew and Pigeon moving through, and Corey will watch and see how his time holds up. But we've seen a lot of clean races, and again, you don't want to get penalized and risk dropping all the way to the bottom, it seems.
Correct. And Brendan Corey made a pretty strong decision recently to change his home base for training from Salt Lake City, Utah, with the American team. Oh, and there's some contact there. Belgium, along with the Kazakh Nomad. No call, though, so that's clean. But it really, look how far back Stan de Smet has finished in 4th place in what's typically his best race. So that's just another example of, it's one thing if you have to make passes and block passes. It's one thing if the ice is fast or slow, but it's something else entirely when you have to do everything all at once. Energy management is the key name to the game right now.
De Smet, he's a gamer. He didn't get a single individual medal on World Tour last year, but then peaked when it mattered at the World Championships with a silver in the 1500, as Catherine mentioned, his preferred event. First look at Jens van het Wout for the weekend. Not the best time in Montreal. Down on the ice, and then down with sickness, and so see how he bounces back here. Also, Wang Dai-hyun, Andrew Heo,
Go to the start.
Yakhmatov, Simon Bestier, and Lu Zhenshuo.
Ready.
And yeah, unless someone pushes it, not sure time will be a factor here. Hwang Dae-han back on the green white Tigers, really part of almost a full transition on that white Tiger side. He's back, changing of the guard in that program, and then he was back on the podium behind his young teammate Im Jong-un in weekend number 1 in the 1500 in Montreal.
And he's sitting pretty now in third place, 2 arms on his back, pretty straight knees, especially in the straightaways, which again is a sign that they're conserving energy. Now, everyone bends their knees a little deeper in the corner because that's the easiest place to put on speed, and we see Hwang Dae-han using that speed to easily tuck into second place right now.
We were talking earlier about the tendencies that skaters have for routine. We were talking about Nowinski sort of brushing the front of his uniform. One thing Tyler Dara noticed in Montreal is that watch the hand of Bennett Vout. He sort of lets it flap in the breeze a little bit. Didn't do it so much there, but
it's a common way to relax your shoulders. You'll find if you're too tense that you start to grip your fists. Yep, he did it there. So just shaking your fingers out will bring all that looseness up the kinetic chain, the shoulders relax, the head, the neck, all the things. And that's what he wants. He's conserving energy and trying to skate smooth.
Hwang into second, and it's Bastier going down. Not sure, didn't get a look at whether there was a in collision or if he just went out on his own. He was near the back. But now Hwang in front. Vout, though, not looking too worried about it, but Hyo is watching things in third.
And Hyo's doing a good strategy now. Let these two fight it out. Hyo can take advantage of opportunities just like that. I do like him seeing him carry that speed. I want him to finish that pass, get to the front, and then reestablish your technique, reestablish your strategy. It's too early to just all-out sprint. He needs to progressive until the last lap.
That really cost Hwang a lot of speed. Hyo, Johnny on the spot, seizing the moment into the lead. Here's Jens Bennett Vout, Adil Galiakhmatov, plenty of experience in third. Is he sizing up a move? Is it there? I think that'll get looked at, but it is Hyo. Good win for him. And then right at the end, Lu Jianshuo, opportunistic jumping up there.
Wow, not a lot of really big moves in that race, but a lot of really small moves that really changed up the outcome. Because like we're saying, you kind of know who the heavy hitters are. Jens was definitely a heavy hitter in that race. Hwang Dae-han, definitely a heavy hitter. But here we go. The top 2 finishers were top 3. They weren't even the top 3 finish. So we will throw that to the officials just to see what's being researched. However, at the moment, that's short track.
Common phrase, you've heard Catherine say it a few times. So often when you talk to speed skaters, short trackers, that short track is so often used. That's the name of the game.
And it gets used in a way that's like, oh, it's crazy, you can't control it. But everyone here, we say it like, oh, we love it. Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down. Here's a beautiful example, and I'll tell you from experience, this is fun. In that moment, they're not really thinking win or lose. They're thinking like racing, strategy.
Here you go, shoulder to shoulder.
Shoulder to shoulder. He's trying to reach for the ice. Now, that's a normal move to reach for the ice, but when you're in the middle of a pass like that, if you don't do it properly, it could be considered an arm block. It could be considered making contact. So Jens, again, being very defensive into this corner. You see he's not giving a single inch.
That's where he got bumped. And so
I would... That's right. So they are taking a look, and that's such a challenging position to be in as an athlete, because what do you do?
And it is Galiakhmatov who's getting reviewed, possible late change there, and it would be potentially in an advancement position if we're looking at top 2 placed. So
their officials are also looking at a possible call on Netherlands against Korea. So one skater making a potential move on to the Dutch, and then the Dutch making a potential move on to the Korean, and we will just have to see how they sort it all out.
We saw that in the replay where that forced, this is the first one with Hwang Dae-han going
Jens
out wide.
does not have his shoulders even until quite a bit later into the corner, so that...
And then there's the blue line as the reference again.
Correct. So remember, if they kick the block, that is not the same as going off track. If you go inside the block, that isn't off track, and you actually have to re-skate that half of the lap in order to finish the race with a time. Otherwise, you'll get a DNS, a did not skate, or a DNF, did not finish.
So lots to look at, and it's very narrow margins in this race. I mean, if you're looking at late lane changes, they were all very, very close. And so it'd be interesting where Van 't Wout was a potential victim of an incident, but then he could also be the aggressor in another one. So down to the ice.
Final decision, penalty, skater number 59 from Kazakhstan. Another penalty, skater number 2 from Netherlands. And we have an advancement for skater number 110 from Korea.
So there you have it. Galyakmatov penalized. Now that could have advanced Van 't Wout, but then he is penalized for going in on Huang Daihon, and in the end, it's Huang who goes through.
And that's one reason why it's so important to remember about like kind of riding that line here. We're seeing it here. There's a clear picture of the race. Let's see if they'll show us this next one. So in the straight, late change, inside to out. That's Galyakmatov coming up the inside. You can see he's trying to swing back, but he's not even, he's not in front, so there causes a contact, and Jens has to swing out.
And so there's one advancement, and so that negates one of the possible third place times. And so there we go. A lot to look at in that race. And heat number 3, Miata Shogo, Roberts Krusbergs, Brandon Kim, Zdenek Sapal, Daniil Nikolaev, and Peter Yasapati.
Go to the start. Ready.
Now, I promised I would stop bringing it up once he got the medal, but since he did it himself after Miata finally got that first international medal after finishing 5th in the Crystal Globe standings despite never being on the podium. He won the silver in Montreal on an Instagram post. He posted him with the medal and it said, finally. And so my thoughts exactly. It was great to see him stepping up, a guy who's so consistent.
Correct. And you know what's interesting about that? We spoke earlier about how Corinne Stoddard, she had that first gold, and all of a sudden you have this target on your back, whether it's real or imagined. And so I actually don't know how Shogo is managing that pressure, that target on his back kind of feeling. Sure does look very loose and comfortable right now. And again, that's the sign of a mature skater. Someone who's still learning will try to go to the front, and they'll burn themselves up. They'll use a little too much energy, a little too much speed. We're seeing this strategy play out consistently, though, that people are not making big passes up to first. They're trying to make passes into second. That's so that they can conserve energy. They don't have to lead, especially on this slower ice. But here comes Shogo up to the front, finally feeling ready to pull a lead.
And it's Krusbergs, a guy who loves to lead from the front as well. But Miata, he's ditched the samurai helmet that he had in Montreal, just going for the matte black option this time. I'm sure the artistic design will make an appearance once again, but he now in a scrap for second as Nikolaev in the second. But Krusbergs, big guy, once he's on the front, he's tough to get out of the way.
And it's tough to make big passes at the end of the race on ice like this because the legs are dead and the ice doesn't always hold it. But that being said, it's time. It's time for these big moves to start to happen, and it's time for these veteran skaters to show step by step, lap by lap, a little quicker all the way to the finish.
Miata now in the lead. Krusbergs, who slipped a little earlier, now back up into second. But Brandon Kim, who had some great skates in Montreal, now he makes the move for second.
Brandon Kim training full-time only for the second time in his entire career. He's always put his academics first, but this year, Olympic year, he's taking a break and has been training full-time in Salt Lake City with the U.S. national team.
A little squeezed out there with so many guys piling into the corner, but it is Miata and Krusbergs 1 and 2, so the two seeded skaters rising to the top in the end. And I just mentioned Peter Yasapati, and we talked about his sister Petra earlier. I saw her here during the break, so she is here. Her recovery is ongoing. She was injured late last season, and while she was recovering, she injured herself again. But she, she looks to be on the track anyway. I'm not sure what the Olympic odds are. think I read that she's unlikely for it, but it's nice to see her coming back. She had some great results for the Hungarian side last year.
Certainly. So let's take a look here at some of these replays here. So we're seeing Brandon Kim early in the race making a move up to the outside. I'm sure he wanted to tuck in to second or third, but was forced to move all the way to the front. Miyata Shogo looking really smooth in second place. And I've mentioned a few times that two-footing thing. If you have 2 feet down like that, it's a sign of a little instability, whether that's the athlete feeling unstable or the ice feeling unstable. But here's a great example of a single foot turn around the corner. So we are looking for that, and it's something that Shogo does exceptionally well.
He takes that one. And it's Miyata and Krusberg's and 2:24.460 for Nikolaev. And so that's a little bit back of Brendan Corey's time. So with only 4 possible fastest third place, that is the second option there. Heat number 4, Pietro Sigel. Speaking of guys finally getting off the mark, finally picking up a well-earned victory in Montreal last month.
Go to the start.
Im Jong-un, Clayton De Clemente, Benson O'Grady, Won Jun-moon, Daniel Leibach.
Ready.
This is a pretty stacked heat as quarterfinals go. Sigel 1,000-meter victory in Montreal week number 1. Im Jong-un 1,500-meter win in week number 1 as well. And I think we noted how often those front 2 guys were in a heat and they're together again.
Speed's picking up a little sooner in this round.
Third option and third place time is very much on the table right now. There's Nogrady, Sigel, and De Clemente. He's never afraid to challenge the big guns.
Don't forget with him in the back, he will make a big move at any given time. And what I'd really like to see is Clayton De Clemente try to time it so that he moves before the Korean, but there goes the Korean. It's time. Someone's got to try to get up there with him.
Jong-un up into third. Sigel senses perhaps the pouncing white tiger, and he sneaks up into the lead. Pace is sort of settled into the rhythm now, just under 10 seconds a lap there.
It is time to go. With 7 to go and nobody having made a big push yet, Pietro Sigel's in a really safe space. He can just keep doing that progressive lap time. But for anyone who's not in that qualifying or time qualifying position, it's time to shake this race up.
And yeah, they're still just hovering around 10 seconds. It's not ramped up drastically. But Sigel, I talk about how Corn Stoddard always just a neutral game time expression. Sigel, same thing. His face just gives nothing away.
Well, and we spoke with Pietro Sigel last night. We learned that his dad is an all-around world champion in long track and was his coach for his first 20 years of his life. So he's had a champion teaching him how to carry out that champion's mindset.
And just scrapping to hang on to his edge there. 1 to go. De Clemente going way out wide. Hungarian skater going down, and it's Im Jong-un and Pietro Sigel that will get reviewed. I'm not sure if that was just being thrown off by De Clemente. He's coming right up into his face or what, but we're going to take a look. And so let's look at the third place time, 2:20.94, 2:20.92, pardon me. And so still that heat 1 time quickest, but that was faster than heat number 3.
Clayton De Clemente working part-time at the Utah Olympic Oval to support his training there on the national team. Here we're getting a good look at Im Jong-un coming around the outside. He makes it look so easy. Pietro Sigel is not concerned. He's allowing it to happen. Now here's a little bit of contact between Clayton De Clemente and Nogrady, right?
No, it's Won Jun-moon.
Won Jun-moon. So that's what's being reviewed now, but yes, okay, still being reviewed.
It wouldn't have been, from the looks of things, in an advancement position anyway.
Fair.
At least I don't think. 1, 2, yeah, it was for third or fourth anyway, the 2 spots up front, although if there's third place time, then we'll see, but nope. No decision made. Di Clemente third, his third place time 2:29.2. And heat number 5 already on the ice. First look at Sun Long. Bronze medal in the 1500 in week number 1 in Montreal. Felix Roussel, Canadian Ice Maple, Rinus Berzins, Liu Shucheng, Michał Niewinski, and Zhang Bohao.
Go to the start. Ready.
There's that little superstition by Michał.
Now that you notice it, you can't unnotice it. You'll see it every time. So Roussel back to the purple helmet, crashed earlier, changed his helmet when they restarted in the 500, and now he's back to his number 1 choice.
A very slow start here. Seemingly nobody really wanting to go on time. Berzin's coming up front. He might pick up the pace, or he might just be wanting to go up to qualifying position while the pace is still easy.
So from a guy like Brendan Corey, every time there's a slow start, I'm sitting there going, okay, just don't cause any penalties now, because he's sitting in a comfortable third place position, looking faster than any of these times. And you know, we look back at that first race, and there's Lai Tsai Wan Chen who really pushed the tempo, and in the end that could have been proven the difference between qualifying and not for a third place skater.
Yes, it's lucky. It's often lucky to be in the race that's fast, because nobody really wants to be responsible for leading a fast lap time. But every once in a while, you either get a very strong group of guys that push the pace together, or someone who's willing to go out and push the pace and take the risk because they know it's their best chance of making it through to the next round on time.
Berzins, a few years removed from landing on the podium at World Cup level. Of course, the old World Cup level.
Correct. Pace is picking up, though. He's controlling the speed well. So remember, there's a difference between leading and pulling. Pulling means you're giving everyone else a fast time. Leading means you're controlling the race. Felix Roussel saying, my turn, I want to control the race. Berzins did make him fight for it. That was good strategy, even though Felix did make it still to the front.
So he just watched the light switch go on. He said, that's enough, let's go. But yeah, Berzins, as Catherine noted, making him work. But Sun Long up the inside. He put his hands up before entering the turn, and then he just lost his edge coming out of the corner. But one of those times he threw his hands up as if to say in advance. Now Niewinski goes down.
Sun Long really having a lot to recover from here.
And all the while, that decision in the end by Roussel to make the move to the front paying off as he stays away from danger. And Zhang Bohao, Chinese lung skater who gets up into second. And so there will be at least one thing to look at, 2 things to look at there. The 2 dots on your screen. One, Sun Long diving up the inside. We'll see if that was timed well or not. And then with Niewinski going off near the start line.
Let's take a look here and see if we can get some video review. So Niewinski coming around on 2 feet. He's trying to tuck in. See, he cuts across in the front there, doing a quick shoulder check, gauging his distance compared to other skaters. Some nice smooth crosses there. So that's what it looks like when a skater's carrying speed. And now here's the move up the inside from Sun Long. His hands are up. His shoulders seem to be even, if not by, but clearly he knew going into it that this was going to be tight. And then something happens with the ice. Here goes down Niewinski, and we can't quite see if there's contact before, but it definitely affected Sun Long again. Here comes Zhang up the outside around that last turn, coming through qualifying position. A big surprise, because again, we've seen this in every round so far. He was not the favorite, and yet he's made it through.
And it is Berzins that's getting looked at for that first incident, because yeah, Catherine noted bang bang kind of play where were the shoulders ahead when they at the right time.
That's the first thing the officials look for. Remember, all calls have to be clear and obvious, and so if it's kind of even, kind of not. It's going to change the outlook as opposed to if there's a clear box you can check that says, yes, this happened, or no, that did not happen. Unfortunately, officials don't really take into consideration if you meant to or not. Like, Sun Long doesn't mean to be doing anything. He's going in like, ooh. But that doesn't mean it might not come back against him. Again, that ice breaking out, which destroys his speed in the corner. After that, something happening with Nowinski, which really changes Sun Long's trajectory on that race.
So they're still looking at it. Berzins just gets off the ice. Of course, if there's a penalty and you won't be able to do a repechage if you're in a non-advancing position.
So a lot on the shoulders of these
Final
athletes.
decision, penalty, skater number 34 from Latvia, and we have an advancement for skater number 9 from China.
There you go. And so, yeah, they rule Sun Long was in front when that incident was made, and so Berzin's the penalty, Sun the advancement, and that takes away another third place option. But here we go.
Sun Long coming up the inside, Berzin's, oh yeah.
Outside the in there.
that was clear and obvious.
Almost once Sun was through, he's like, look, I'm in front.
I'm doing it, yeah. No, that was a clear and obvious outside to in, especially from that video angle.
There we go. So that makes it 3 third place options with 2 heats still to go. On the bubble right now, Clayton DiClemente, Daniil Nikolaev with a 2:24.460. So barring multiple advancements from any of these heats, it looks like that first heat, the quick heat, may be enough to get a third place on through. But in this sport, anything is possible.
Everything is possible.
Everything.
Go to the start. Ready.
So 2 gladiators, a ninja, a rooster, an Anatolian par, and a lung. Of course, Natalini famously at the Milan World Tour stop last year lost an edge, tried to stand up as he skated towards the boards, and since he's such a taller guy, he was almost standing straight up when he hit the mats and flipped right out of the arena.
I'll be honest with you, Gavin, that's the only time I've ever seen it. I've been around for a long time. It's the only time I've ever seen that happen.
Well, there are some new safety guidelines where there has to be sort of space outside of the pads, and almost showing why in that one incident last year.
Certainly. But the gladiators are doing well right now, though, as they're lining up 1 and 2. This is good, smart racing. So what will happen here when 2 countries skate together is it's just natural. You train with this person every day of the week. You know their track pattern. You know their timing. It's easy to fall into step behind them. And then when you're in second, you really get to focus on your defensive skating, which is such a gift. It's why it's a really strong strategy. It doesn't take energy to be in second. Now they're trading off a little bit. This is also smart. Maybe there's a little anxiety there about wanting to get to the front, but maybe it's just trading off leads, because one person can pull and one person can kind of take that more defensive position. I do want to see someone from the back of the pack splitting the Italians up. There's only 5 laps to go.
Here comes Lee. Yoshinaga getting in as one of the seeded skaters into this quarterfinal because he had a couple good weekends in Montreal last month to get him up into 31st ranked in the world. And there you go, as Catherine said, he splits the Italian gladiators.
Good strategy, good technique. I don't think he's finished. He's got time to make one more big move, and I think he should with Li Wenlong coming up behind.
Is Speckenhauser and Yoshinaga taking a look, but deciding, nope, not there, not going to force it. But Natalini now closes up. And it is Speckenhauser and Yoshinaga. And that was a quick one, 2:14.63, but I don't think there is one review coming. But it is further back. I heard from Catherine that was when Lee Wenlong and Etienne Bastier sort of had a coming together. But if there is a penalty, I think they were sort of 4th and 5th, so not in one of those advancement positions.
And that's why I made that sound, because it's really kind of a shame when you get penalized over something that's not really going to change the outcome. If you know you're going to a repechage round, it's better to just stay there and stay in the running for points. Whereas if there's a penalty, as you mentioned, you're no longer eligible to move forward for points in the distance. Now let's...
Right there. Again, the hand up, the look I threw, and that one looked very close. I'm not sure if that was as clear as Sun being through, but Lee also tried to do the I'm through and put his hand up. But
oftentimes it's the skater getting past who creates the contact in that situation.
Almost instinctive. You see the position slipping away and maybe you shift over instinctively.
Absolutely. Very rarely, if not ever. I can speak for myself. I never thought like, oh, let me shut the door on this person. You know, for me it was someone's coming, quick react, do the thing, right? Like be defensive, get big. Like these are good tactical strategies. Very rarely, if ever, is something happening maliciously. They're going really fast. They don't have much time to think. There's a lot of things to control on the ice. So we can take another peek here. Like Gavin said, his hands are up. He's making a visual attempt to not make contact. That doesn't make the pass necessarily cleaner, but you know, there's not a big point of contact until they're on the corner exit. So let's see what the officials have decided.
Do the thing is
my
favorite analysis. And in the end, no penalty. It is Natalini third, his 2:14.612. So everybody will go through to the repechage to get that second chance to get back into the semis. So if we're looking for Olympic qualifying quota spots, everyone still able to get those max points. Heat number 7, plenty of big names.
Ready.
Hayashi Kosei at a position 1. Stephen Dubois, well, he's certainly got some top-end speed. Niall Tracy, Friso Emmons, Peter Riches, and Shin Dong Min.
Shin doing some smart skating there, getting up front while it's easy. Again, showing some maturity there. Not pulling skaters around to a fast lap time, simply leading to control the race. You can see he's standing up, so that means he's conserving energy. A move from Emmons up into first, and now Niall Riches. Peter Riches coming along with. Shin leaving that space, which gives him room to both make an attack or defend based on what's needed.
Hayashi, who had the Ninjas' lone individual medal last season, picking up a medal in the 1500 in Milan. And just sneakily up into third, up into second. But Riches, never one to turn down a challenge, trying to battle back.
And Rich is now really putting some effort in. Everything up till this point has been very smooth, smooth's the right word, very fluid. And now Rich is putting some power down. We're starting to see the foot speed start to pick up. Still two arms on the back for all of these skaters, so still conserving energy. However, they're coming around with, how many laps is that to go? 6 laps to go, so expect a big move coming soon.
Watching Tracy, we're used to seeing him loving to defend a lead, but now he goes following up Dubois, and certainly with Dubois' speed, there are worse guys he could follow. Niall Tracy, look at that tactical game, trying to get around into second and stay on Dubois' tail.
Great timing. He needs to be aggressive all the way till the finish. Very good. He's by now, but you really got to finish those passes again, especially on this slower ice.
Hayashi perhaps caught a bit behind. Now he's chasing, but the gaps are big. It is Dubois and Tracy. And when you have a world champion sprinter in Stephen Dubois, you're following the right guy in the end of the race. And now Tracy, could he go for the win, or is he just going to consolidate and be happy with 1-2? Here comes Shin. And there's the big fist pump from Niall Tracy. That's what that means.
He's happy with it.
This is sort of moving day, or the weekend, where you got to get those Olympic quota specials in. When you're moving into the semifinals, where they're, that's a top 21, and when there's 36, that's a good jump.
Absolutely. So smooth race here. Everybody's shoulders are relaxed, 2 arms in the back, not fully down, compressed into the skater position yet. Here, as the speed picks up, we see Stephen Dubois carrying Niall Tracy to the front. This is good strategy, good tactics. good technique. And what I like about the way that Steven Dubois did that was that he carried his speed fully to finish the pass. There is sometimes if you let the gas off early, you don't quite finish the pass, and then you have to re-accelerate. So Steven Dubois just carries his speed all the way through. Niall Tracy happy with that finish. Shin getting caught a little bit in the back there.
So 2:23.355, not enough for him to move on. And so with 2 advancements, there are 3 third-place positions. No, 3 advancements, pardon me. 1, 2, no, just 2. So it's Brendan Corey, Clayton DiClemente, and Thomas Natalini getting the 3rd-place spots. You see the qualifiers into the semis. That, of course, goes on Saturday. We'll have the repechages in the morning, and then the afternoon we'll have the races for the finals and the races for the medals. And now, something completely different. It's relay time.
It's relay time, and I'll tell you something notable. 7 1500s right into a 3,000 meter relay, and that means it's a quarterfinal. So does that mean we have 3
races?
3. That's a lot of laps. That's a lot of laps on one sheet of ice.
It's almost like the end of a Sunday where you're doing a 5,000 meter relays at the end of everything.
Correct. So what's concerning, if I was racing in any one of these rounds, my concern would be my number 1, avoid bad ice. And again, that's track patterns. So it's one thing to skate fast. It's one thing to know how to pass and to block. It's another thing to know how to manipulate the shape of your track based on the ice conditions that you have.
So it's the Canadian Ice Maples, the Polish Hussars, the Japanese Ninjas, and the French Roosters. Aurélie Levesque onto the French side.
Go to the
Hidai
start.
Ami, Gabriela Topolska, and Florence Brunel.
Ready.
So just coming in, it's the top 8 teams at the end of the World Tour will get into those Olympic berths. And so just looking at it right now, the Hussars sit in 8th, the Ice Maples in 2nd. They picked up a win on home ice in Montreal. The French Roosters are sitting in 9th, and the Japanese Ninjas in 5th. So 3 teams really in precarious positions.
Correct. And remember that the Italians automatically get a relay spot because they're home country, but they won't knock anyone out that would have been, because they've already, at least up until this point, they're already showing top 8 finishes.
And then when it comes to having your selection of skaters for the individual spots, you want to have your relay team in so you can have more athletes to choose from and spare yourself difficult selections for athletes who may not be suited to one race, but perhaps because they're a specialist in the other. So you want to have your full quota of athletes to pick from. And that all comes down to the relay. Sorry.
Absolutely. No, you're right. Because the more skaters you can take, you can decide, well, this is my best sprinter, let's give her the 500 spot. This is my best endurance, we'll give her the 1500 spot. Versus if you don't have a relay, you just take your top overall pick and then, okay, perform in everything. And it's harder.
Nicola Mazur coming in now for the Hussars is Eva Grenouillou. Nakashima Midei, and stalking at the back right now, it is Ricky Doak. And now Brunel back in, and it's Natalia Malashevska leading the way ahead of Berenice Cambi.
I do expect at some point for either the Japanese team or the Canadian team to do what's called leaving a skater out there. And what happens is that the skater who's most likely to be able to complete a pass will take a 2-lap exchange. And then it can be any skater. It's often the very next skater who takes a 1-lap exchange so that every team starts back on the same cycle. But with that type of speed, stepping out and accelerating by Courtney Sorrow, she's the one that's going to do it. She just gave the hand sign, don't come here, let me finish, go over there. I think it's Florence Brunel keeping her eye on, but it's not going to work. It's not going to work. She's going to get stuck out for 2.5 laps.
The French team goes down. Originally, I saw Sorrow sort of lose an edge as she was signaling, and then she was almost caught out. And yeah, that will get a review. The French Roosters went down.
Another hand sign from Kim Bhutan over there. So what they do really well is that they communicate. They yell, but they use their hand signs as well to say, here's where I want you, here's the speed we're at. And it really improves their ability to work together as a team, and now you see Kim closing that gap, coming into a hard push. They do have a lot of work to do here to get up into qualifying position in the next 9 laps.
That was actually Dene Blay just on the ice, and it is Florence Brunel, but they're still off the regular exchange pattern.
But what they'll do here, Courtney will do it because she's smart. She'll close the gap and she'll go immediately into a pass. She will not hesitate. If she's really smart, she'll even set up a push into a pass. I think she's going to do it here. But she gets stuck again, just like before.
And I'm used to different helmets on skaters, and so that is Doak out on the ice. So it's Blay, Brunel, Sarot, and Doak. But all the while at the front, the Hussars leading the way, but now a move up the inside. Is it there? It's not there.
Japanese team doing a great job defending. A small mistake here by Team Poland, so they're dropping back to second. Canada still setting it up. Poland getting back in first. This is a race.
One more exchange to come. You heard that gun. They'll get it in before 2 laps to go. It's Sarot up the inside for second.
Perfect exchange, perfect push.
And it is Camila Cellier now under pressure. Yoshinaga. Pardon me, I got my ninjas wrong, but right at the end. Pardon me, I was looking down, looking up. It was Nakashima pushing. Not sure if she lost her balance after the line or at the line, but even then, I'm not sure they were up for it. It was the Hussars and the Ice Maples 1-2. But it will be a review, pardon me.
It was very close, and let's remember we are taking 2 fastest thirds, so just because they weren't in the top 2 doesn't mean they can't qualify, but hey, everybody prefers to qualify safely. Otherwise, you're sitting on those spin bikes afterwards just kind of hoping until the final results are posted.
As quarterfinals go, that was a heck of a battle.
Yeah, extremely strong race there, and could have been even more with the 4th team. And so we do see a little contact there. That the theme this weekend has been that spinning like a top, and here's why that happens. Well, obviously, one, maybe a little bit of contact, a little bit of ice breaking going down. But the other thing is when you hit soft spots in the ice, all of a sudden your body is going faster than your feet, and that will throw you off like nothing else. If you've ever gone rollerblading, we are seeing a possible arm block.
Yeah, that was from the incident. I was watching that. You're sort of caught in 2 minds. Is her arm in front, or did it sort of hang down after the French skater went down? So, again,
it's also happening at a time in the corner where it's natural to put your hand down for a pivot. Okay, so Japan seems to get caught on her heel. Just that happens. It's a sign she's overextending. She's reaching for the line, but it goes the wrong direction.
So they are taking a look. If there is ruled to be an arm block, it could be an advancement of the French Roosters, and that would be certainly, well, I'll finish that thought.
Final decision, penalty for Team Canada, and we have an advancement for Team France.
So there you go. I was just going to say, it'd be a big shot in the arm for their Olympic qualifying hopes, but yeah, I mean, we'll see it on the replay. And Sarot going around the outside.
So she's trying to finish this pass. Let's see if we can figure out what. So, the ice breaks. She puts her arm down in what probably would have worked if the ice hadn't have broken, but too many bad things happened all at once there, and it definitely impacted the French skater, and that's a penalty.
Put yourself in the position where you are chasing, and sometimes bad luck can happen.
Absolutely. And, you know, she was doing the right thing by staying out and trying to complete that pass. But you know what? Sometimes it doesn't work. And that's why we watch sports, because we think we know who's the best, but at the end of the day, it's what happens in real time that really counts.
So the winners of World Tour stop number 2, the Canadian Ice Maples, will not be in the semifinals. They were bronze in week 1, gold in week 2. And so a big chance for some of those sides to pick up those quota spots. Heat number 2 has the Dutch Lions, the Chinese Lungs, the Kazakh Nomads, and the Ukrainian Wildcats. They're trying to keep warm as repair work gets underway. I'm just looking where the French Rooster skater went down to see if the corner needs some repair.
And so again, we said this is a lot of laps on a single ice resurface. And so what the track stewards are doing right now, the head officials there looking to see if there's any damage, and the track stewards are coming around with a squeegee and a water bucket. So what they do is they squeegee the ice, and that helps to lessen the ruts. Then they come by with water, and that helps to fill the ruts. Now, the water doesn't freeze in time for the race to start, but it does create more of an even surface throughout.
And so, let's see, Selma Poutsma starting for the Dutch Lions.
Go to the start. Ready.
Yelizaveta Sidorko starting off for the Wildcats. And it's Yana Khan for the Nomads. And so Poutsma will quickly give way to Cassandra Velzebor. The Chinese side has Gung Li, Zhang Chutang, Zheng Yize, and Wang Xinran.
So far, a nice, I'm not going to call it an easy pace. So far, a moderate pace. No one's swinging an arm, but they are. You can see it when the foot speed starts to get twitchier. There's just this extra snap off the edge of the push that tells me when a skater's trying to accelerate versus maintain speed.
It's Dieter Norshot on the ice for the Dutch Lions. Silver medal, weekend number 1 in Montreal.
And you'll notice as the teams come out for their exchanges, what they do is they actually purposefully try to stay as tight to the last block as possible, and that's a defensive move to make sure that no teams in the back can push a skater by and make a pass off the exchange.
Just going through who's on the Nomads: Yana Khan, Olga Tikhanova, Alina Ashgalieva, and Malika Yermak. And for the Ukrainian Wildcats, Diana Michalchuk, Svetlana Repetska, Miroslava Selyakova, and Yelizaveta Sidorko.
And Gavin, maybe you could help me remember. I think that this Ukrainian team got their, if not first in a long time, relay medal.
It was Kazakhstan.
It was Kazakhstan, thank you.
Their first ever senior women's medal of any race.
Wonderful, and that's shortly after their new head coach, Wilma Boomstra, took over. Denis Nikisha's been on top for a long time, but he's also enjoying the change in coaching staff.
The men also picked up Asian Games gold in the men's relay. Not too long after you and I saw that race in Beijing. Velzebor, she's used to leading races and is very comfortable.
And she's good at it. Just looks good up there, doesn't she?
You mentioned they're not at an easy pace. They make it look easy.
They do. And there's such a thing called easy speed. Easy speed is the funnest speed to skate because it's hard enough that you really feel the momentum of the ice, but it's also not so hard that you can't do it for a long time. It would be considered like maybe some zone 2 edging on zone 3 work for anyone out there who's a cyclist. But it's really a fun way to skate because you carry speed without spending too much energy.
Zone 2 workout is very popular in cycling circles these days. You just keep it there for an extended period of time. Poutsma, certainly an elite sprinter, about to give way to also an elite sprinter on this Dutch Lions side.
Lions picking it up now. That's Zandra, I think, back out in front. You can see she's accelerating through the turn, more power in these relay exchange pushes, but then a 2-foot by her teammate Selma, so that's lost a little speed there. She'll have to earn it back.
Zoe Deltrap on the front right now. It's Wang Xinran. The Chinese lungs had a big push to get right back up there to really close it up, and it's Zheng Yize in right now. Norshot still leading, but under increasing pressure.
I am expecting to see a big move here by the Chinese longs, but you know what? The Kazakhstan women are sticking right on them, so it might not be worth risking giving up one spot just to earn another.
One final exchange to come. It's a very close race in the end for top 3. 1 lap to go with Cassandra Velzebor on the front. It's usually an academic finish. Gung Lee's going to make it close, but Dutch Lions go first, Chinese Lung second, and the Kazakh Nomads, a respectable result in third.
Now there was an advancement before, so no fastest time from the first race, but on that one, let's see, our official third place finish was a 4:20.91. So it's really coming down to this last race to see which team can advance on time.
You have the time to beat for those who won't finish top two in this final heat, because I don't think anything got reviewed. Clean race.
That was a clean race. Let's see if what we find here in the race review. See how that's that view where I said that if the shoulder check, they look back at the skates. So that's all that the skaters see when they look down and back. But a good competitor knows what color all their competitors' skates are. So they know exactly who is where and what they need to do about it up front. Nice stretch for the finish.
Results still listed as unconfirmed, but I don't think anything's getting reviewed, and they are now official. Dutch Lions, Chinese Lungs 1-2, and Nomads. We'll see how that time holds up, but a couple of very good teams coming out onto the ice in heat number 3 as you see the results. Heat number 3, the winners in week 1, the Korean White Tigers, the Italian Gladiators in second, the USA Eagles in position 3, and the Hungarian Falcons starting in position 4. So let's see, Cameron Lute on the ice. I see the Crystal Globe helmet of Kristen Santos Griswold. Corin Stoddart, Julie Latai for the USA Eagles. I see Arena Siegel. I see Elisa Confortola, Chiara Betti, and Gloria Ioriatti. I see Shimsuki, as you can see on your screen there. Lee up there as well.
Go to the start. Ready?
Always the hand up in the air off the start. Is Shimsuki in this race? Yes, she is.
I'm here. Everyone has their thing. Some people have lucky eyebrows. Some people have lucky fronts of their skin suits. She's got a lucky hand raise. Works every time.
And this tempo is being pushed a little bit.
Sure is. I like to see the Americans out in front. They did not have the results that they wanted at World Cups 1 and 2, especially with Corinne Stoddard and Kristen Santos Griswold, even Julie Latai. This has been a team that's had a fair amount of injuries to overcome, but they've really stuck together. Their teamwork and sportsmanship has really shown even through their adversity. Let's see if it pays off in their results.
Through the first 2 rounds, the USA Eagles sitting in 6th in the World Tour standings. Korea is number 1. The Gladiators are sitting in 4th, and the Hungarian Falcons sitting in 10th. So Falcons really need a result to get into the picture for top 8. They have Rebecca Silice-Nemeth, Maya Somodi, Saralutsa Bakskay, and Diana Vegi. It is Santos Griswold, Confortola chasing her, Kim chasing them both.
So Gavin, let's talk for a moment about relay exchanges, because someone at home may be watching for the first time and thinking, this is chaos. And it is, but it's controlled chaos. So you've got 4 skaters on the ice. They are actively racing for position. They just gave the push. So now these are our active 4. On the inside, we have 4 more building up. And after they build up, they'll step onto the track. This is the hardest part. You have to get the exact right time and the exact right speed. Once you finish your push, you go off to the side, you rest, come back in the middle, and it all starts over again. Everyone goes 4 or 5 times, depending on the position. Usually a lap and a half, but sometimes 1, sometimes 2.
Here's Santos Griswold on the front. Elastic very stretched to the Falcons in 4th. Kim Lee up the inside, takes the position. And on the exchange, getting it right back. Chiara Betty, there's a good exchange to take the second spot right back again.
I believe this is Cameron Lutz just pushing Julie Lataille. Cameron's a newer member of the World Tour team for the USA Eagles.
Iodiatti, as the Italians got the lead on another exchange. So a couple exchanges, they go from third to second to first, and Ariana Siegel. But look who's coming. Corin Stoddart and Shim Suki, but the Falcons have closed it back up again.
It's good experience for Corinne to be making these moves. However, I think she's made a pass every exchange so far, which is not typical for your starter. Usually the pace goes starter, finisher, passer, blocker. It's usually the passer who makes those big moves, but Corinne is so strong, she's just moving whenever she can.
And the move for second, Betty. And the door's open for the Falcons to get up into third as Luke almost loses it coming out of the corner.
Wow. Big change there. Let's see how the U.S. recovers. Remember, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Backsky challenging for second now. Inside, 4 to go. Once again, one more exchange coming. Stoddart eyeing another move into third.
Very good.
Makes it look easy. Final exchange. Santos Griswold hangs it, going around the corner.
I barely held on. Did you hear that, Gavin?
You almost fell out beside me. You were leaning sideways. But Kim back into second. Santos Griswold battles back, and well, they're coming together, and in the end, the Gladiators take it.
I'm having flashbacks, Gavin. This feels like the 2018 Olympic qualifiers for me. Kristen, the new leader on the team, really handled that well. So many opportunities there to have lost position or fallen down, and she stayed on her feet.
So that is getting looked at. In the end, there was a collision of sorts with Santos Griswold coming up behind Kim, but Kim hung it together and got second anyway. But that will still get looked at, but that's the chaos of the relay.
Correct. And again, it is controlled chaos. Skaters relay no less than 2 times a day. There's always a warm-up relay, always a cool-down relay, usually a workout relay. So there's a little, not quite contact, but there's a little jockeying for position there. Those little things on their fingertips, those are called tips. They're usually made out of carbon fiber, but sometimes fiberglass. They just reduce friction. Corinne Stoddart, look at that long extension on her pushes. Not only is she powerful, but she's efficient. And they officially got through on time with a 4:17.293. The Eagles are going on to the next round.
So that means the Kazakh Nomads, their third place. Not enough to move them through, with the French Roosters getting moved on. And that's the last little incident. Nothing coming from that in the end. Everybody stayed up. Nobody lost position, really. But so there you go. Gladiators, White Tigers 1-2, and the USA Eagles hanging on for third in a time that will move them on to the semifinals on Saturday. There you have it. And the ice resurfacer is back out. We will get back underway at 3:24 p.m. local time, and that's about 21 minutes from now. So it's time to grab a snack, a nap, a drink. Depends on what time you are, wherever you are in the world. We will see you on the other side. next block of racing about to get underway from the, as Catherine called it, controlled chaos, the women's relay, to the now, well, potentially outrightly chaotic 500 meters heats. There are, how many? There are 8 of them, top 2 from each race, and up to 2 fastest third-place skaters will be into the quarterfinals. This block of races has the men's 500-meter heats and the women's 1,000-meter repechage quarterfinals. That will take us to our next ice resurfacing break. And there is heat number 1, led by the world champion, Steven Dubois, Andrew Hio, Abzal Ashgaliev, Lorenzo Previtali, and Rainis Berzins. Dubois, bronze in week number 1 in Montreal. Was off the podium. That was the only individual race he was off the podium. In week number 2, he medaled in bronze in the 15 and silver in the 1,000. So, Steven Dubois, a man for all races.
You know, that happens a lot on the Canadian team. That they have athletes that can perform the 5, the 1,000, and the 15. And that happens, but it does seem to happen often on the Canadian side. So there's a couple of reasons for that. One can be their training. They could be training specifically for that. But, you know, most people know there's fast twitch and slow twitch muscles, but there's also something right in the middle where it's a fast twitch muscle that can develop endurance. So it's probably a combination of the best athletes in the world with the best genetics combined with some of the best coaching staff in the world and the best training programs to help maximize what they're truly capable of.
Dubois did come into the season out of nationals nursing a bit of an injury, but he was really showing no worse for wear. There's still some ice repair going on. They did resurface it, but there have been some spots still getting patched up. And yeah, as Catherine noted, the last batch of races, there was a lot there before they resurfaced. So
that's right. And, you know, I said before that when they patch it, I think I gave the impression of like, oh, good as new. It's not quite good as new. It's more like, so what happens after that is the coach will tell the athlete going into their next race, hey, there was a fall over there, there's a big rut in the ice. Of course it's been repaired, but if you're going to make a big outside move, don't do it right there. There's an uncertain patch of ice over there. And this is something that the skaters know, like this is common, where the safe spots are versus where, if everyone's falling in that one spot, don't do anything fancy over there.
Is Lorenzo Previtali, came through the preliminary this morning, winning his heat. But then I think he kind of shook his head afterwards, and so he'll start out in position number 4. Berzins in 5, Ashgaliev in 3, Previtali, or sorry, Hio in 2, Dubois in 1.
Ready.
And that quick start, the fast twitch, showing pretty evidently there, and Hio took a bump, down he goes, and we'll restart.
Yep, I'd like to see Andrew popping up a little quicker there to get over and get his blades checked. It looks, something's up. That might, he looks a little hesitant on that left skate. I don't know if it's blades or if there's, let's check the review. Maybe we see something happening.
Now, if he'd gone down on his own, they would have kept on going, but he took a bump from Ashgaliev there, and we'll see if...
There it is, the toe into the ice, a little catch there. So 2 things going on. Yes, the bump, the ice, the block, and then getting caught right there. So multiple things happening to his left skate all at once.
So he is getting that checked.
He's there with his athletic training staff as well as his blade tech. Looks like he's got all of his staff right around him, but on the right there with the blue gloves, that is his medical staff. So she's at least checking on him, making sure that, you know, this is just equipment and nothing physical.
There was a bit of a hobble coming out.
Correct. Correct.
It was a knee or something, but Ashgaliev, I'm guessing his blades are fine. He's ready to go, but he's just waiting because Hio, his time to get back is still TBD.
Correct. I am surprised to see Asgaliev sitting. And, you know, every athlete manages this different. I was an athlete who liked to move. Ooh, do not make me sit or stand still. I always had this constant energy. I needed to be in constant movement. But other skaters, like, what they really need to do is relax and calm down with their energy. So to each their own. We'll see how it works out on the reskate.
He's been around the block. He's 33, and so that's a bit of an elder statesman by short track standards, so he might know what his body prefers, and in that case, he wanted to have a little sit on the mat.
Yeah, do what works for you.
Go to the start. Ready.
And this time Dubois again out in front. Hio looking like he's not too injured, but he is nipped up into second, but he's going to battle back here as they're opening up the inside. Not this time.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
And he goes into Previtali. That was at speed. And I'm not sure what Previtali knew about that one.
We'll have to take a closer look at that on the replay. Unfortunate, because I know everybody's looking to get in those qualifying team spots. So good performance here by Dubois and Asgaliev.
Maybe, and he almost looked like he was losing speed as well. So maybe there is a bit of a knock that he took that he just wasn't able to shake. But Dubois gets it. Asgaliev with the fist pump in second, and I'm not sure if Hio was just drifting out wide and Previtali just rear-ended him, and both guys had no idea what was going on.
Right, so a couple things happened there. Hio had a good start, but he had to be defensive on his start, so he couldn't focus on defending. And then he tried to make a pass, but he, had to defend the start, so he wasn't accelerating, so that slowed his speed up. And then, yes, to your point, Previtali's coming around while Andrew's still working to get his speed sorted out. So let's take a peek here. It does look like Previtali was coming in, but also like Andrew Hio coming out. But again, let me clarify. He didn't take any crossovers in the corner before. He wasn't defending Previtali there. He was desperately trying to get up to speed in the high-speed race. So this is one area where it's, what can you do when you're an athlete? I have to take crossovers and I have to step out wide in order to have space on the track. But that's why I said earlier, the officials don't care if you meant to or not.
They are looking at both of them, and so it's possible one, possibly the other, and that always leads to mind that they might just defer to shared responsibility in the end.
Correct.
But we do have a ruling down on the ice. Oh, no, we don't. The final decision proclamation is a new thing that debuted in Montreal. It always gets my attention when I first hear it. Oh, they're ready to go.
Some skaters here, not sure what's going to happen. All they can do at this point is just take a deep breath, wait. Maybe, here we go.
Final decision, penalty, skater number 22 from USA.
There you go, it is Hio ruled there, so we'll get that angle. Here it is. This angle we always get to see after the fact, inside to out.
Inside to out, so he's stepping out. Okay, yeah, no, I understand. It is clear on that blue line that he's stepping out. I would like to clarify for anyone at home that there is a difference between stepping out to build speed and stepping out to block. It doesn't make it not illegal. It's just there is an intention and a motive behind why skaters make these choices sometimes at high speed under high pressure.
And there's only so much space out there to
Correct.
fill up. Everybody's going for that same spot in the ice.
Correct.
Ready.
Heat number 2, William Donjanu, Mela Vanetvout, Łukasz Kuczynski, Peter Yashapati, and Brendan Corey. And Donjanu already away. Mela Vanetvout in his World Tour debut in Montreal put in some very good results, stepping up when his brother was under the weather.
Oh, staying on his feet. Wow.
Lost a lot of speed though. Kuczynski is through. Yashapati is there, and Yashapati goes out wide. And it's Donjanu all the while, and then it's a battle for second. Here comes Corey, here comes Vanetvout. It's going to be a dash for second. I think Vanetvout just gets it.
Wow, what a race.
That was anyone's guess.
So William Donjanu's out out for a good old Thursday skate way out front there, just having a good old time. All the excitement's happening behind him. We'll wait for these replays to load up and then try to give you a little insight there on what all was happening.
And so in the end, you should note that there was no advancement, even though there was the penalty. So Berzins has the third place time, 42.090. That was quicker than this past heat we just had. Van het Wout, the curse of the commentator, I was just talking about him, and then he just couldn't hold his speed. And then that caused the accordion effect with so many guys going for it. There's Yashapati, not able to hold it on the corner.
Mel coming up the inside, Corey on the outside. Hussar kind of stuck in the middle there.
Yeah, it is Melle Van het Wout taking it. Corey with a 42.346. Now we'll watch and see. That is the second of the two, and so only potentially two fastest third place times to go, so we'll see if that time holds up. And as Catherine does note, the ice gets a little bit more worn as each heat goes.
Oftentimes it's an advantage to be a later race because you know what you have to do, but you know, sometimes the environment just doesn't play by those rules and it's actually a disadvantage. I remember one race long time ago, the ice was so fast, my coach was like, hey, go for the world record. Like, it was one of those early rounds. I wanted to try it. And actually between the time he said that and then my turn to race, the ice totally changed completely. So it really can change within 5 or 10 minutes. And then your plan has to change also.
Go to the start. Ready.
Sun Long, Yoshinaga, Kazuki, Dennis Ors, Daniel Eibog, and Nico Anderman, and it's Sun off and away, and Ors really in a position where we've seen him succeed, a guy who can follow really the fastest in the world and defend that second place.
I'm expecting a big move here from Kosei, though. Patient. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yoshinaga is through. Eibog is also through. Ors had to dump some speed there. Not much in the way of contact, but Yoshinaga just snuck in there for second. And Sun Long all the while taking the heat, 41.14, 41.25 for Yoshinaga Kazuki.
And I said Kosei, but that should have been Kazuki. My mistake. Kazuki Yoshinaga.
And so that is looking like the fastest third place time so far for Daniel Eibog, officially 41.347. And so that knocks out Brendan Corey's third place time.
Sun Long getting off to a great start here. Again, we see Yoshinaga trying to scoot up there, and that creates a little contact for the Turkish Atolian. These are all maturity, experience building things. You do have to know when to just plain step out wide, let the inner guy take the lane, and you just keep building. It feels terrible as an athlete to be getting past and to feel like, okay, well, I have to just let it happen and rebuild. That's a bit discouraging in the moment, but if you don't do it, you end up creating contact, and either way, you're lost.
And Yoshinaga, speaking of that experience, 26 years old. His mother and aunt, both short trackers. His aunt competed in speed skating. Of course, there was only one kind in Lake Placid in 1980. So he's a guy who's been around and, you know, experience to shoot up the inside there, take that second place to move on. Heat number 4, Jens Van het Wout. Right there, Furkan Akar, Lin Xiaojun, Kyle Ross Waddell, and Oleg Hande. It's a pretty loaded heat.
Go to the start. Ready.
And it is Van het Wout off and away. Lin trying to scoot up the inside. A very good passer. He takes second.
He has a little bit of a gap to close there on Jens van 't Wout, but that's an advantage. When you're not too close, you have more space. He's pulling away from Furkan Akar.
Akar now has some work to do, and now it's really closing up. Van 't Wout trying to hang on. Lin and Akar all right there inside the final lap, and Akar taking a look. It's not there. The door is closed. Van 't Wout will take it, and Lin up for second. Akar third, but another pretty quick heat.
Unofficial 41.11. That might be our fastest third place that we've seen so far.
It is.
Yep, that sure is our fastest so far.
Reminder, world record still Wu Dajing's 39.505. So we're a little bit off that still.
We won't. I don't think we'll touch that this weekend.
Yeah.
Let's check out our replay here. Jens van 't Wout building up to speed very well. Zhao Jun sticking in second. Really no need to put pressure on Jens at this point. He's in a very comfortable position where he can defend. Furkan Akar holding on, stretching out for the finish.
We just had the long trackers were just in Salt Lake, and it was a weekend of 3 world records, and sort of still in that frame of mind. But yeah, this isn't the surface, I think, for world records this weekend, as you mentioned, and you can almost know that in advance.
Well, and typically, very often when records do go down, especially in long track, they go down at rings that are at altitude. And then on short track, again, that's common. Salt Lake is a fast rink, Calgary is a fast rink, but you know, Montreal does a great job. There are fast ice rinks at sea level all around the world, but it is common to see the fastest ice be rinks that are at altitude.
We got that mixed relay world record in Beijing, and it was then beaten not long after. Heat number 5, Pietro Siegel, Stan de Smet, Niall Tracy, Martin Kolentz, and Rostislav Leontenko. There's Siegel.
Go to the start. Ready.
Siegel had a silver in the 500 in weekend number 1 in Montreal, and he is off and away. De Smet, though, we know he has that 1,500 meter endurance, so he could close this back up the more it progresses.
That's what I'm expecting here. You know, it's very common. The 1,500 meter skaters, they don't win the start, but they often are just peaking their speed at the finish. So if the timing works out into a pass, it's very, very common for even the endurance athletes to be competitive at the end of this sprinting race.
Tracy also, though, very good in the 1,000, and so he might be coming at Kolentz not to be outdone, but there's just no openings to make passes right now, and it's Siegel, it's De Smet, and it's Tracy.
Surprising result when Stan did not get his typical result in the 1,500, but here he is moving on in the 500. Again, just goes to show you 2 things. First of all, the incredible skill of these athletes to be able to perform in multiple distances, but also a bit the chaos of the racing here this weekend. How you can be a favorite and get bumped out, and you can be an underdog and overperform. So here we are off the start. Pietro Siegel getting those knees all the way up to his chest. That's a good start technique. Hand is down. He keeps crossing. Again, we're seeing those tips on the ice. They glide without friction. Just makes it much more comfortable experience for skaters as they go around. Stan, all he really needs to do here is be defensive, and Niall Tracy does try to slip up the inside, but just doesn't have the speed to split the middle.
Not quick enough for Tracy to go through, so it's just those 2 moving on. And there you have it. A couple more still to come before we shift to the women's 1,000 once again. And heat number 5 has Lu Xiaowang, Dennis Nikisha, Felix Roussel, Felix Pigeon, and Lucas Henry Koo. So 2 Felixes in this one. Nikisha, see how he's feeling. I know there was some injury issues in Montreal, but he sort of skated through some stuff just to really go for those quota spots. But We'll see what a couple weeks of rest has done for him.
Spoke to Xiaowang
Go to
earlier
the
this
start.
week. Not necessarily feeling good here in Gdansk, but feeling good in general with his Olympic season
Ready.
preparation.
He showed real flashes of the Lu Xiaowang. We know 1,000-meter bronze in week 1, 500-meter silver in week 2, and just really showing that ability to just grab races by the scruff of the neck like we know he does.
What Xiaowang does well is he never forces it. He has this really calm mindset. He's very present, and he rarely overextends. He often finds himself in the right place at the right time. Felix Roussel pushing, creating space for himself up in second. Now let's see if Denis Nikisha can respond.
One to go, Lu Xiaowang as Felix Roussel bearing down on him. Nikisha now under pressure by Felix Pigeon, who gets up into third. Nice move for him, and Lu, though, looking very comfortable. 41.443, the winning time. Not sure how a 41.63 for Felix Pigeon will do, but get a result over a guy like Nikisha will certainly feel good for Pigeon as he will likely head to the repechage. Third place time, don't think that's enough.
So we see some feet moving here off the start. Something that's unique to know is that when skaters are on the start, they're not supposed to be heavy on your feet. It's like you're running on water. You're supposed to be as light and quick as possible. Whenever you get out to a live speed skating event sometimes, if you hear an athlete doing it right, it sounds like you're opening opening aluminum cans. That wasn't quite right, was it? But however, it sounds really cool when you hear a bunch of elite athletes really doing it right. Felix Roussel keeping his second position there, defending against Pigeon, Felix Pigeon. Did we get a fastest third on that?
No, it wasn't. 41.615, so he is not. But
opportunities to come back in the repechage round later this weekend.
there you have it, just the two. 500 meters part of the men's 500 meters part of the Saturday program. So pretty much anything, most of the stuff we're doing today, if not all of it, I know they cram a lot in, will be part of Saturday. Tomorrow's qualifying largely will go to Sunday. Heat number 7, you see there, Miyata Shogo, Brandon Kim, Michał Niewinski, Im Jong-un, and Enzo Prost. Take your pick. This is a heat.
Go to the start. Ready.
It's always interesting, Catherine, when there's either a returning veteran who's taken some time away or one of these young hotshots who maybe start at a position 4. It creates something of that X factor where you don't know who to look at.
Absolutely, especially in a race like this where we're early in the rounds, but there's a lot of high performers here. So Shogo out front looking very comfortable. Brandon Kim does need to be aware of who's coming behind. Michał Niewinski as well as Im Jong-un on their way.
And one more to go. Miyata now holding off 3 skaters. Now here comes Im. Still Miyata. Brandon Kim holding that inside line. Is going to be a dash for second. Miyata takes it, and I think Kim hangs on.
I think Kim hangs on as well. You know, that was an impressive defensive race by Kim because the speed there, it was a fast race, but I wouldn't say it was tremendous speed, but what he did well is called a deep track. We'll try to find that in the replay here so you can see that tactical strategy and how Brandon Kim is using it against the Korean White Tiger. All right, so a quick start here. Brandon Kim is known for his sprinting abilities. Now, part of that's because he's a natural sprinter. Part of that's because he focuses on academics. So he only really gets to build endurance on years like this where he takes a gap from school. You can see that instability around the corner, almost 2 hands down, 2 feet. Im is coming around the outside. Brandon does a quick shoulder check, and then there's the deep track. That late left push is enough to, slow him down, but throw him off. And then Brandon can stay in position all the way to the finish.
Kim's time, 41.223, is one that is on the bubble right now, and we'll see if it might be the bubble time. It is, because the other one, Furkan Akar's 41.103, and so then we'll have to wait to see what remains with the final heat still to come. There's confirmation. Heat number 8, Thomas Natalini, Roberts Krusbergs, Kei Hosman, Wonjun Moon, and Lu Zhanshuo.
Roberts Krusbergs making his first A final in Beijing last year in this distance.
Go to the start. Ready.
He's good friends, training partners with Nivinsky. And it is Natalini, Hausmann, Krusbergs, Moon going way deep on that straightaway to get up into third.
And so what Moon gained in positioning, he lost in speed, which also has affected Roberts Krusberg. So, but again, Robert's a 1500 skater. He's going to keep getting faster and faster, but we don't know if he'll have time before the end of the race.
It is closing up behind Hausmann, though. The battle for second very much alive. It is still Natalini, and here it goes Krusbergs into third. Is there enough speed to get around into second?
Excellent corner entry.
Not enough, and it is Natalini and Hausmann 1 and 2, and unofficially Moon gets up to 41.65, which is not going to be enough for third.
It's so common, and we've been seeing it all day, that, you know, your heavy hitters, we all have bad days, right? And even the underdogs, we all get that great opportunity to overperform every now and then. And I will say this is way more common on Olympic years, where you just start to see things you don't expect happening left and right. So here's Natalini in front, Hausmann behind. Nice close-up there of Moon on one skate as he comes around the apex. And here's Krusbergs trying to set up the pass. It isn't really there. And then I do think he stays in third, and it's official. He's got a 41.614, but not fast enough.
Krusbergs did jump up there. Initially, they had Moon finishing third, but well spotted. Hausmann and Natalini go through, and so Im Jong-un gets one of the third-place times, as does Furkan Akar, into the quarterfinals. Still a few more races to go, heading into the next ice resurface break. Now, repechage quarterfinals for skaters who are really on the bubble in those top 32 positions. This is a big opportunity. You get into the repechage semis, we've sort of calculated, and you're getting some good quota spots, but then if you come out of the repechage semi, even better. So these repechage quarterfinals are very important for a lot of those bubble skaters. We're doing some ice repairs. There are 7 heats in all, just the winner, and up to 3 fastest second place skaters will qualify for the repechage semifinals. That will actually be completed on Saturday.
It's a new format they're doing with this Olympic season, and there's so many racers trying to qualify those country spots. And it's not necessarily more racers than usual, it's that sometimes countries will sit various events out, and no one is sitting anything out on an Olympic year. So there's more, just plain more to do.
2 whole days of qualifying. So what's more exhausting, Catherine? A couple of races, 1,000 to 1,500, or standing here commentating all day long?
Oh, certainly the races, of course.
Oh, well, fine.
Of course, of course. I mean, we're just having fun. I'm having a great time. I'm in zone 1. I'm just hanging out, getting my endurance workout here.
We've been standing, we've been sitting.
Dancing. I've been dancing.
Too, yeah. I've had my moments.
The energy here in the rink is really fun. They've got a really cool little crew that goes around into the stands and plays music and dances and even puts on a little show.
Heat number 1. Eva Grenouillou, Julie Latai, Alina Ashgalieva, Holly Hoyland, and Elena Sedegina.
Ready.
And it is Grenouillou off to the lead, 21 years old, out of Reims. He's a World University Games bronze medal. And Now it is Ashgalieva on the front, 20 years old, out of Oral, and then Latai out of Massachusetts.
Not an incredibly fast race, but Holly Hoyland moving up, wanting to put a little more tension in the legs.
Now the pace ramping up. Latai hanging on to that second spot.
It's a good spot in second place with 5 laps to go for Julie Latai, but I will say we're coming around on 4, so it's time for someone to move to the front. Holly, you can expect, is going to start leading that progressively faster lap time. If anybody wants to challenge, now's the time, and Julie's going to try it out and succeed.
Up the inside goes Latai. Ashgalieva now challenging for second. They are queuing up behind Hoyland. Sedegina taking a look as Hoyland, really the lights going out. And it's really a battle for 4. Latai under pressure. Ashgalieva all over the rear view mirrors there. Here comes Glenouille. But all the while, Julie Latai very, very composed, holding them off. I think takes it.
Very composed, and Julie Latai has really been a slow burn over the years. Hey, this is one of the very first athletes that I coached when I was done skating, and to see the amount of effort she's put into her fitness as well as her technique, she's transformed. She's a transformed skater from where she was 10 years ago. She's a consistent contributor on the relay team. Her individual results get better every year. She's definitely had to manage her fair share of injuries, but here we are in an Olympic year. Feeling good, and she's qualifying, moving on to the next round. We see her moving up the inside there, getting that last crossover in, going into the corner. That helps her maintain her speed, keeping her lean on the corner exit, which helps her defend and keep these skaters behind her, even though everyone is knocking on that inside door trying to move up.
So let's just see the reach. Every time we get it, just confirmed. Ashgalieva in second, a 1:36.851. Will now play the waiting game. But Latai going through heat number 2. There's Dita Van Oorschot, Tineke Dendalk, Lisa Eckstein, Tamara Tokarova, and Mirta Mikkelsen. So a lion, 2 ice bears, a wolf.
Go to the start. Ready.
And a Slovakian ice deer.
Oh, the ice deer.
Ice deer.
So important to remember. All the new kits, all the new team mascots that the ISU is working on. So we're seeing a much faster pace here. Didi Van Oorschot ready to go up front.
I do like that shade of blue on the Slovakian kit, though. It's really sharp.
Lisa Eckstein stepping out, maybe looking for an opportunity there, either to assess the situation or maybe build some speed here. She's going to build the speed. That's the choice she took. 2 more crossovers going into the corner. Van Oorschot doesn't want to give the lead away, but that works for Eckstein to just tuck. Oh, dear, and we've had an off-track situation, and we'll be curious to see the results.
Take a look at that. But Dendalk up into second, and after seems to just sort of be a little convoluted, because off the start you mentioned how quick it was, then sort of slowed back down and then ramped up, and some were thinking one thing, some were thinking the other, but all the while Van Oorschot gets to look over the shoulder.
Well, and that is a strategy as well. It's called a variable speed. It's the hardest way to race. A tempo hurts, a progressive hurts, but a variable speed race is like a high intensity interval training workout inside a competitive opportunity.
And that is going to get, that first incident has been cleared with the green dot, but that pass from Eckstein diving up the inside of Dendalk will also get looked at, but Van Oorschot showing the benefit of getting to the front, let everyone else have the drama while you skate away.
That's right. And she seems happy with that. You know, we've seen several times that the winner of the race comes over and shakes their head at the coach, and I will say that's pretty normal. It's normal to not necessarily feel good out there. It's normal to feel shaky or even slightly afraid sometimes, but you sure can't tell it from the outside in. Everyone looks comfortable is a strong word, but confident. Everyone's looking confident.
About as comfortable as you can be given the pressure you put your body through.
Correct, and everyone is on the same ice, so it's not like anyone's having a fair or unfair advantage.
So it's you might see it here coming up. Possible failure to give way on Eckstein, and so that's this one right here.
Well, and that arm coming out doesn't look great.
Dundalk looks to be in front, but of course we didn't get that perfect angle, but we'll see what they decide. It would be a potential advancement, as second place, you're on that bubble of time and maybe advancement through time, but anyway, we shall see. The heat was a little bit quicker than the first one. No, actually, no, it wasn't. The second place time was quicker than the first one, and the first place time. Yeah, it was quicker.
The final decision, penalty, skater number 58 from Germany. And we have an advancement for skater number 59 for Belgium.
So there you go, Dundalk will move on. Eckstein penalized. And so now just 2 possible second place. And here we go, failure to give way is the ruling.
So the shoulders don't ever come even. And so that is a clear indicator that if you are not even, it is your job to back off. And if someone becomes even with you, then it's that person's job to back off. I don't know if that made sense, but we'll find it in a replay and explain a little better so we get more opportunities to do so.
So Dundalk finished in second. Oh, right, with the advancement, pardon me. So there's
Go
just
to the
2
start.
left, as you see the start list for heat number 3.
Ready.
Just to run through it again. Gongli, Camila Cellier, Sarah Lutza Baksky, Hyojin Kim, Svetlana Repetska, and Danucha Chataisong. This one seems to be a bit of a swifter opening.
A swifter opening, which is smart for Cellier, and I think she's going to try to make this progressively a little quicker. What she's doing here is starting with what's called an easy speed. Again, it's fast enough that you're carrying momentum around the track, but it's not so fast that it wastes energy. It's a really good place to stay for the first 2 or 3 laps and then progressively get faster.
Those are the top 2 seeded skaters in this heat. Cellier and Gung going back and forth. Baksky, Chataisong, Kim, and Repetska.
Gongli took the lap times down by about a second there, so she's definitely ready to push the pace of this race, but we've got a big collision.
And it all started with Cellier and Gung going shoulder to shoulder, and then it just sort of the domino effect. Baksky down, Chataisong down. And so that will certainly merit a review, but Hyojin Kim being in a good spot, able to get up into second as she's going to go around, and we'll see if she can make it stick, and this would be a great result for her. Hyojin Kim gets around to take the heat. I don't think she'll be the subject of that review, and so getting into a repechage semifinal is a big, big shot in the arm for her.
Absolutely, and we were discussing earlier, Gavin, how being in the repechage semis is about where you need to be to ensure that you're in that top 32 qualifying spot for your country to attend the games. It's not set in stone yet, but these are the types of performances that skaters have to have if they want to qualify those country spots for the Olympics.
And of course, anything can happen, as we've seen, and if she can even get into the World Tour program, even better. And so domino effect, and so it is Gung being looked at right here. She sort of made that move and then almost stumbled, and then you see.
So there's blade contact, and then there's arm contact, and now she's swinging out wide. And Baksky, I don't think ever gets her shoulders even, but she's out of room. She can't do much about what's happening in front of her. And then it's just like you said, the dominoes and the blocks go flying, and more blades get tangled up. And so typically blade contact is not penalty worthy, but once you start layering on, like, well, was there an outside to in? Was there a little bit of blade? What was that arm doing over there? Now we have something worth reviewing. The officials will tell us what they think.
8, 9, 10 things to look at. So another one of those times where they're gonna take their time here, but it's a possible outside to in move by Gung Lee is what's being looked at.
And we saw, again, that hand come up, and we've seen that with several Chinese skaters today, where, like, right before a potentially concerning move, there's the hands go up. And I'll just kind of have you think at home, if someone's moving at you at 30 miles an hour, probably boost your hands up, but her hand gets caught. See how the Cellier, her chest goes down to her thigh? The Chinese skater did have her hand in. It's hard to say if that was purposeful or not, but that catching, that seems to have been a mistake. I've been a part of that before. And then it's just dominoes. That block gets in the way. I don't see a push here. I see a tangle. Again, not that the officials don't care if you meant to or not. You know, it's not like that. But I always look for it because I know as an athlete, you're always just doing your gosh darn best, and sometimes it doesn't go right.
Cellier almost looked like she had made that move to the front when the contact happened, but I'm not the practiced eye in this one.
Would have to keep there. Like I said, there's so many layers of things here, and it impacted so many people. We could watch that 10 times and find something different.
That's why they have several people down there making that decision, and the decision has been made.
Final decision, penalty number 18 from China, and we have an advancement for skater number 52 from Hungary.
And so it is Gung Lee getting penalized, and it makes it seems to mind that Cellier is not advanced because that wasn't the incident that sort of set it off. There's the move. Cellier wasn't the one knocked down. It was Backsky who was the innocent victim in all this.
Correct.
So had Cellier ended up winning the heat, she was never knocked down, and she was never, anyway.
Correct.
It's a good result. Hyojin Kim, one race away from potentially getting into a World Tour session, and as the only member of the Australian women's side, if she earns the quota spot, we know she's going to the Olympics.
She's going. It's a lot of pressure on your shoulders.
Go to the start. Ready.
That will be decided after next weekend. And so Heat 4, Yang Jingru, Yelizaveta Sidorko, Rebecca Silice Nemeth, Leah Popovikova, Barbara Gakova, and Phoebe Stens, the bronze medalist in ice hockey from the Olympics. Now trying her hand at short track. And that's what the Swiss have been doing a lot of recruiting in. They recruit from hockey as they try to, Jeff Katura, the head coach, tries to build that program up.
Between hockey players and inline speed skaters, there is a lot of crossover between the sports. And then remember, every speed skater uses the bike heavily as a training tool. So lots of opportunities to use multiple training modalities to improve performance on the ice.
And it is Yang Jingru on the front, Silice Nemeth in second. Sidorko, Popovikova, and Gakova are all there. This one, nobody really making a move, as they'll get the bell next time around.
We're still seeing lap times in the 10-second laps. That tells me how slow the ice is getting. Even with arms on the back, there's no energy to save on this ice.
Yang Jingru survives the race of attrition. Who's got the least fatigued legs after that? And she's almost hammering her quads going, what's left in there?
It's really, like, imagine running on the beach, how like your feet just don't come with you when you ask them to. That's what this ice feels like, which again, it's back to that idea of it's like you're running, but you can't be heavy with your steps. You can't be slow with your steps. You have to be very springy, more like you're bouncing on a pogo stick to keep your feet from sinking. I don't know that you're literally sinking, but the softness of the ice makes you feel like you're sinking instead of gliding with each push.
You've You've already tried the can opener sound. Can you also try the pogo sound?
Next time.
Okay.
I'll practice. I'll be ready for the final event.
We expect you to bring sound effects now.
You know, it's funny. Coaches use sound effects, especially when you have international coaches. They can't always say in the language the feeling that they want, but they can say like, and that's common. That's a common. It means like quick. You know, and so yeah, you see these things a lot in the sport, especially because it's international. It's really fun to watch coaches and skaters with different language barriers learn how to communicate, and impressive to see how well it works.
Let's bring out a sound effects box and just hit the button you want for the. You want to hear this sound?
You know, I'll make a list because I probably have a bunch from my coaching days.
Number 5, as you see, Silice Nemeth 134, was it 501? It was, as she will now watch to see. Just a couple more heats still to go, 3. And there's heat 5, Kurokawa Ki, Gloria Yoriati, Malika Yermek, Youngbi Jung, Petra Vankova, Polina Klevstuan. Certainly one to watch is the Azuri.
Go to the start.
Gladiator.
Ready.
It'll be an interesting dynamic, though.
6.
Yoriati squeezed out, and then, as you mentioned, a 6 on the line.
Yep, that's typically a 1,500. You know, 1,500 people, 1,500 meters have 6 to 7. 1,000 meters have 4 to 5. So to see a 6-person 1,000 meter, it's challenging. I mean, imagine you're in 6th place. That is a far way to travel to get up into qualifying position.
Realizing, as if listening to the coach here, moving towards the front. Polina Klevstuan now eyeing 3rd, and she is making that stick.
And that's the way to do it. It's just to move up one at a time. Don't waste the energy on the huge outside move, especially not on this ice.
Always keeping an eye. The top-seeded skater is Yoriati, and she's now responding into 4th. As on the front, Malika Yermek now picking things up. Yermek, Kurokawa, Yoriati. And now Yoriati around the outside, 3rd, 2nd. Can't quite get around the 1st this time, but she is keeping it going.
She really nailed the timing on that. She kept moving her feet, and that's why she's able to pull this big gap. Oftentimes, skaters will hesitate at the apex block, but she stepped right through. That was great form.
Yoriati, 14th ranked in the world, knowing that in her mind, she belongs in the World Tour session, and she's one step back there into the repechage semifinals.
That was not a fast time. 137 is, well, with the advancements that we've had, a 137, I do not.
4 is one of the second times, and that's really the only one right now, because we've had 2 advancements, so there's really just one possible second place moving on.
And that was not.
That was not it.
That was not it.
Silice Nemeth's 134.501, so yeah, a couple seconds slower.
So on our reskate here, here's Yoriati coming around the outside. Like I said before, she did a great job stepping through that turn. She pulls this big gap, and that creates a little bit of trouble, but not for Yoriati. The Ice Spider keeping a tight track here, edging out the Japanese ninja.
Reaching for every spot. Once they sort of sequence out those finishing times, that will go to the Olympic qualifying spots. And Yoriati knows that she'll be doing this on Saturday in the repechage semifinal. 2 to go. There's heat number 5, and as Catherine noted, Vankova's time not enough. Heat number 6 out on the ice. Katarina Buric, Chloe Olivier, Diana Michalchuk, Nicola Mazur, Anna
Go to the
Jansone,
start.
and Alyssa Puck.
Ready.
So something unique about the Olympics, because they are taking 32 spots in the 1,000 meters, that you won't ever see a 6-person 1,000-meter race at the Olympics unless there's been several advancements into later rounds. With 32, you start with heats. That drops it down to 16, goes to quarters, 8 go to semis, 4 go to finals. So it's a little different format at the Olympics than what is typically skated in a world tour or even at a world championships.
Followed by Budic, Mazur in her hometown, sitting in third. Now there's separation front for us. Mazur edges up into Buric, and that'll get another look, but the door opens for Olivier to get up into second as Mazur drops a lot of speed.
I did see an official make a note there on his clipboard, and you have that yellow dot on your screen, so that move will be reviewed.
Note to self.
Yeah.
Pick up laundry. No. Janssen, it's a battle for the lead. 3 abreast going into that final corner, and when the dust settles, it's Chloé Olivier, the French rooster, who will come up and get the bell in first. Mazur around the outside. So she will come in first. There is that review, remember. So I think Buric was in second at the time. And so it is Mazur who will get that review for that move on Katarina Buric. And in second place, that could, depending on what the ruling is, lead to an advancement.
Possibly looking at an inside to out, but let's go back and see if we can get some video. Everyone's lining up right off the start. Again, these repechage rounds are starting a little slower. So here we see, moving from inside to out, and then there's pretty clear contact into the hip of Buric, and I see what they're seeing. Let's see what they decide to do with that.
That would affect kind of everything. Olivier finished in second in a time that would not have been one of the quicker ones or the quicker one. Of course, if they're advancement, that's farewell to all the second place times. And so quite a bit hinging on this decision.
And there's nothing worse as an athlete, or really honestly as a coach. I mean, we see all the coaches standing over there with their arms crossed in the box, just waiting for the result.
And now we'll find out.
Final decision, penalty, number 29 from Poland, advancement for skater number 62 from Croatia.
There you go, inside to out is the ruling, the penalty to Mazur. That means Olivier moving on, Buric advanced, and so there will be no second place advancements as all 3 now getting picked up. So Rebecca Silice-Neman, unfortunate for her, but here comes the lane change inside to out, bump.
Yep, and there is a way to avoid that. There's a technical term called projection, where you, even though you're moving laterally, you project yourself forward on a diagonal. It's very advanced. It's hard to do under pressure at speed. So all these athletes being given learning opportunities, and as long as they can qualify those Olympic spots, they'll have an opportunity to showcase what they've learned at the Olympics in February.
Number 7. So going for 1 spot now. Annabelle Green, Berenice Combi, Lam Ching-Yan, Chloe Cameron, Olga Tikhanova, and Betty
Go to the
Muska.
start. Ready.
And Green in the 500, she is an elite starter. She jumps to the front this time, but not really play into the result here. But she slots in behind Tikhanova. It's really a race for the win now.
And that's good for Green, right? We keep saying how second place, especially on this ice, is such a good place to be. Who is this
Muska.
German wolf coming up to the front?
Betty Muska getting all the way to the front.
Oh, great move. The lone wolf in this race.
Ew, nice.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. It looks like we just had a toe in, and then that took 2 skaters down.
that will get a review. And so again, if you're the innocent victim of an incident that you know nothing about, if you're not in that advancement position, it's hard lines in the end.
Tough out of luck, yep.
So Miska was at the front, and remember, there are no more second place opportunities, and so that will factor into any sort of ruling.
That was a good acceleration by Betty. She's got good race sense, so often just listening and feeling the tension from behind you can give you a sense in the front what you need to do.
And it is Berenice Combi, the Roosters, jumping to the front. 19 years of age, World Junior silver medal in the 500 meters in 2024, and she's really grabbing this one by the scruff of the neck. Here comes a hard-charging Lam Ching-Yan, though. Does Combi have enough to hang on? I don't know. I think Lam might have gotten it.
I think Lam got it as well. We'll wait to see that official result. That's not a good feeling to get bit at the line like that, but you know what feels worse is to have it happen and get beat by 1,000th of a second. That's tough.
And in the end, I don't think it was Combi slowing things down too early. Like, her head is down. She is gassed right now. That's just, she was giving everything she had left, and Lam had that little bit of draft to come through, and there's the incident. And yeah, and just dragged her right skate across and almost just went across the back of the blade of right there.
It kicks, yep. And then 2 go down. And as you said, clearly all out, everything's on the line here. It's a fight to the finish, but Lam...
Oh, she might have gotten it.
Oh, she might have kicked at the perfect time.
Just on. Lam pushing it late. She might have just missed the timing, but we do have a ruling here.
Final decision, penalty, skater number 51, Great Britain. Advancement, skater number 42 from Kazakhstan.
And so it is contact from behind. So Green, when she brought that skate over, clipped the back of the blade of Tikhonova, she was right in one of those top 2 spots, and then that sort of kiboshed her race. And so she does get the advancement, despite the fact that there were no more second place positions.
So here's what we're seeing. She does come up the inside, and yep, it's at the feet. Usually you see contact from behind coming from a push, but in this instance it was at the feet. And
Combi did hang on by about 18,000ths of a second, and so just timing, running out of gas, just needed to time it just right. Lam had it been a little bit further behind, Lam would have had it, but good win for the young French Rooster. And Tikhonova will move on. The Repage semifinals will go on Saturday morning. We head into a break, and when we come back, in about 19 minutes time, mixed relay quarterfinals. Stay with us.
Okay.
for quarterfinal races. Only the first and second place teams from each race will qualify for the semifinals.
Inching closer to the finish on qualifying day 1 here in Gdansk. The next 4 races take us to our next and final flooding break, and it's the quarterfinals of the mixed team relay, 4 heats in all. The first heat was supposed to have 5 teams, but the Czech Ice Spiders are listed as a DNS. And so it is down to 4. All the heats will have 4. Top 2 from each one will move into the quarterfinals. And unlike the individual gendered relays, the mixed, it's 12 teams who will get those Olympic quota spots. And just kind of coming in, let's see, we got the Dutch Lions, the Japanese Ninjas, the Hungarian Falcons, and the German Wolves. Nakashima Mirei on the ice for the Japanese Ninjas. They're sitting in 6th. Hungarian Falcons sitting in 9th after the 2 weekends in Montreal. The Dutch Lions in 4th. And the German Wolves just on the outside looking in right now in 13th. And had the Ice Spiders gone, they were sitting in 17th coming in. So perhaps maybe keeping an eye on finishing strong, trying to do a good result in Dordrecht, but I'm not sure. Either way, they are not here.
Go to the start. Ready.
Young B. Jung on the ice for the Wolves. Right now, it is Michelle Velzeboer off the front right now. It is Zofia Konya, or sorry, pardon me, Diana Vegi leading things off. Each one, these are scheduled exchanges, unlike the other ones. It's everybody gets 2.5 laps, everybody gets 2 laps on the second time around. And that's when the confusion can happen when crashes, who tags up, who goes where.
That is why it's most difficult, because in a typical relay, everyone's covering everyone all the time. Whenever there's a fall, you're closest, you go. But now it's a very strict and specific order that they must maintain all throughout.
And it is Salma Poutsma who will bring in Mella van het Wout. And so often we see both Velzeboers going, but it's both van het Wouts going. And they and the Ninjas, Watanabe Keita, right there for the Ninjas. It's Yasha Padi for the Falcons, and he'll have Won Jun Moon coming in. Jonas Hammermuller will give way to Ben Jung for the Wolves, but right now it is the Lions and Ninjas with the gap, and the Falcons with work to do in third.
So they were only taking first 2 finishers from this event, no fastest third time. So the German Wolves do have a fair amount of work to do if they want to get up in that qualifying position. The Dutch Lions and the Japanese Ninjas, hey, if I'm on one of those teams, I mean, safe's a strong word, but conservative, moderate, no need to overextend and create a potentially dangerous situation.
No need to worry about time, no need to really push the envelope a little bit, but also no complacency, because that could lead to disaster. But it's Poutsma on the ice for the Lions. And Nakashima Midei on the ice for the Ninjas. And Van het Wout and Yoshinaga
main challenge here is there's two main challenges. First of all, the ladies getting out with good timing for the guys, since guys are a bit faster, and then the ladies also giving a big, powerful push to the guys, since the guys are often a little bit bigger. So you really have to bring the extremes of the guys and girls into the middle.
And pardon me, now it's Yoshinaga. It was Watanabe Keita who was just on the ice, but it's Yoshinaga Kazuki. Jens van het Wout will push, but it's going to be a good win for the Japanese ninjas. And so nothing getting reviewed, and so it seems they will go into the semis. But these relay sides, if you're not, we'll see the women's ranking final coming up in those races. If you're not getting in the top 8 for those quota spots, those ranking finals have that added importance because you still want to get up there for 9th on down. If you're not going to get top 8, you might as well get 9th.
So we are seeing the ice conditions, even coming back from a resurface onto fresh ice. The ice is breaking down quicker and quicker every time. It's a great exchange by the Japanese ninjas, able to just slide right up the middle. And so what you saw there was that Yoshinaga was able to receive his push slightly faster than Jens van 't Wout. So they connect faster, they release faster, and that burst of speed allows him to move up.
So the results are confirmed. Japanese and Dutch sides into the semis. Heat number 2 has the Battle of North America, the Canadian Ice Maples, the USA Eagles, as well as the Belgian Ice Bears and the British Royals. And I'm just going to see if the Ice Bears are taking advantage of finally having a third female skater to go. And yes, it is Myrtha Mikkelsen on the ice along with Hanna de Smet. No, pardon me, it's Dendalk, my mistake. So they're going with their tried and true Ward Petre, Stan de Smet, Hanna de Smet, Tineke Dendalk. And coming into this one, the British Royals sitting in 16th, the Belgian Ice Bears in 12th, and then the Canadian Ice Maples USA Eagles 1st and 7th, respectively. We also have Chloe Cameron and Annabelle Green as their women's skaters. There is Brandon Kim for the Eagles, Theo Collins, Willem Murray for the Royals. And a number of skaters seeing their first action of the weekend, but the U.S. leading with strength. Corin Stoddard, Kristen Santos Griswold, buckle up.
Go to the start. Ready?
For the Canadians, Sauro, Danae Blais, William Dongenou, and Stephen Dubois. Dutch holding the world record. They set it back at the World Championships in Beijing in March, 2:35.339, and it's right now Sauro and Stoddard pulling away.
Sauro really starting this race out quick. Stoddard easily, quickly closing that gap, but they're sure taking off.
Danae Blais, Kristen Santos Griswold. I'm not sure they've been on the ice at the same time since their collision at the World Championships. Neither of them really knew what was going on. An incidental collision that really took them both out of the Worlds, but they're both back, fit, skating well now. It's going to be Andrew Hio and William Dongenou, and it's Hio for the lead now. Great
connection by Kristen Santos Griswold and Andrew Hio, just like we saw before with the Japanese team. They touched sooner, they released sooner, and that burst of speed put Andrew Hio up into first place.
And now let's see if Dongenou's happy enough with just settling in second right now. He'll go to Dubois, and this one could be for the lead, and it is.
And think about the size difference between William Dongenou and Stephen Dubois. Like that right there is a catapult. That's a fantastic strategic spot for them to make advancements. But Brandon Kim saying, I don't want to be back here behind Canada. Let me move on up. I'd love to see the back and forth between USA and Canada.
Back up the inside. De Smet closing that gap a little bit as the women's skaters back in for the second time, and on the exchange, Sauro gets it, but Stoddard takes it right back.
What a fun race. I can tell you from experience that in these moments, like, this is fun. Like, I go, you go, this is racing, and this is why people love short track. If these skaters wanted to focus on top speed all the time, they go to long track. That was a great push by Corinne Stoddard. Great timing to Kristen Santos Griswold, and she takes off. The perfect exchange is when two skaters become one push.
Getting ready, Hio Danjanu coming back in. Dene Blay has the big mountain of a man to push.
So that makes sense why Kristen's able to give Andrew such a burst, where that's potentially a weaker link for the Canadian team, their smallest girl going to their biggest guy. And I remember being a skater, how for a girl to push a guy, you feel like you're doing an all-out power clean. It takes every muscle in your body to transition your speed like that.
And for the lead again, on the exchange, Steven Dubois, he'll get the bell. Desmet just not able to close that gap, and now Dubois surging ahead, and he will take it. And Brandon Kim in for second, Desmet for third, and the British Royals in a really tough heat in the end. A lot of really well-drilled relay sides. Getting in fourth.
Brandon Kim looks happy enough with that finish, as well as Steven Dubois. And I spent some time with the Canadian team this week at lunch and really just enjoyed learning how they really think of themselves like family. So even on the weaker of their exchanges, even when they're resting, they still spend time together. They take time at the end of competitions to share their appreciation and just really to highlight each other's strengths, win or lose. They find the good things. Steven Dubois sneaking up the inside. He's so small and compact around the turn. Courtney Suro using those 2 feet on the ice. Now, sometimes that's technique, but sometimes that's ice conditions. Curran Stoddard taking advantage, big powerful stride there, and then a big push from Danjanu to Dubois. Not contact there, maybe just a little discomfort.
And speaking of that camaraderie on the Canadian side, I spoke with Olivier Jean, one of the Canadian coaches, former competitor as well. I was sharing my excitement for the opening weekend of the Christmas market here in Gdansk, and he said, well, maybe that'll be our Sunday night end of competition team bonding activity. And so I heartily endorse that one.
Yeah, well, we'll be down there. We could hang out with the Canadians while we're shopping.
Voted best in Europe last year, and so it's just days away. Wait, it's Thursday. It's tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night. It's opening night. It has been fun to visit with the various teams as well as their coaches and their support staff and just learn, like, what are y'all doing differently here now that it's Olympic year? And, you know, some teams have shared with me, we're training somewhere new, or we changed this with our staff, or even specific athletes saying, I changed this about my nutrition, about my sleep. And then other athletes saying, it's Olympic year, I didn't change a thing. I have to work, it's worked thus far, I'm going to keep working what works. So it's just been a joy for me as a retired athlete to come and visit with everyone and just see how are you handling the pressure and how are you managing, you know, either Olympic year nerves.
Is
Go to the start.
Lungs, Gladiators, Dalmatians, and Roosters.
Ready.
Aurélie Levesque, Valentina Asic, Martina Valchipina, someone you used to race against, and Fawn Cushing, and it's Valchipina off to the lead for the Gladiators.
Valchipina coming back from a pretty serious broken ankle back in 2023. She spent a long time rehabbing that. Still has problems, things that she has to be aware of, but still able to compete at a high level, even with some things that she has to manage.
Ariana Siegel on the ice, Wang Xinran, Chloe Olivier, and Katarina Buric. The Dalmatians is another one of those sides with 2 female skaters, 2 male skaters, so they know their mixed relay. Coming in, the French 14th, the Dalmatians 8th, the Chinese 2nd. They picked up a win in Montreal, and now it's Andrea Cassinelli on the ice for the Italian Gladiators. Italy sitting in 11th in the mixed relay standings, but of course they know their Olympic spot is secured. Cassinelli, guy we've only seen deployed in the relays, and he'll give way to Petros Siegel.
A conservative push there by the Chinese team, and it goes to show that you rarely want to push all out. You're often trying to read the situation, because the worst thing you can do is push your teammate into a pass that won't work. Or to push them into the corner at a trajectory or at a speed that they can't maintain.
Felcock on the French Rooster side going back to Aurélie Levesque, and right now Valchipina and Fawn off and away, but it's Fawn, the 5-time times world champion in the 500 meters.
She's the veteran on this team, and I told her the other day after practice, I thought she looked so good, and she said, oh, Katrina, I'm getting old. So she is a veteran. She's been around. She's earned her stripes, though. She's a tremendous performer, and now showing the new generation how to succeed.
And it's close quarters now. Cassinelli coming back in, and they get the lead on the exchange.
Good pass back by Shaolin here.
It's
his 30th birthday today.
Liu Shaolin. Well, there you go. You're on top of these
Talk
things.
about veterans. Well, he mentioned it.
And he's one of those guys who we've only really seen in the relays this season.
That's right. He and his brother both agreed as, wait, what's different about Olympic year? They said there's always more training, more. So higher volume, higher intensity, and hopefully higher results.
And Lin Xiaojun showing exactly that. They'll take this one, Pietro Segal, and it'll be the Roosters up for third ahead of the Croatian Dalmatians. And no flash points in that one, just the two teams showing their pedigree off the front. The Italians have really grown that depth in their side that they can really drop anybody into the relays, and they don't really skip a beat.
The Italians have a really nice training setup right now. So their home base is in Bormio, but they do training camps. They do like 3 weeks on, 1 week off. And it's really great balance for athletes because they come together, they train hard, they push each other, and then they get to go back home just for a moment, just to focus on taking care of themselves, do a little bit of their own training, stay in touch with their families. Martina Valchipina here has a family, she has children. She actually raced in the 2018 Olympic relay. Pregnant? She really did.
She might have.
She really. I wasn't there, but no. Like, she's really incredible how she's been able to maintain a life balance, work-life balance, and be an elite athlete.
On that Italian side, they were in Bormio this year's, last year's, it's 2025. It was this year's, the Giro d'Italia, the first of the 3 Grand Tours of cycling. They had a stage finish in Bormio, and so at that time the Italians were there, the Dutch were there, and there are pictures, and you almost see the images of the Dutch holding out the Dutch flags in the finish line. A really scenic mountaintop finish, won by the developing Mexican cyclist Isaac Del Toro. But it was cool that they crossed paths. Of course, the cyclists do so much cycling, or the speed skaters do so much cycling, and they had the Giro coming through Bormio when they were all starting their own preseason training. Heat number 4, the Korean White Tigers, Polish Hussars, Kazakh Nomads, Ukrainian Wildcats. So let's just see right now, after 2 events, Ukraine 15th, Poland sitting in 5th, Korea in 3rd, and Kazakhstan in 10th. So that 10th place is not secure by any stretch, and one good result, you can see the Wildcats slingshot back into the top 12 picture. DNA Cellier, perhaps a nod to his Ivory Coast roots with the elephants on his helmet. Lineage traced through there, and then born in France, now competing for Poland. But Cellier, just like in Montreal, really just being used in the relays. Natalia Malashevska also there, Gabriela Topolska, and Felix Pigeon. Yelizaveta Sidorko opening for the Wildcats, Yana Khan for the Nomads. And it is Che Min-jung for the White Tigers.
Go to the start. Ready.
And so she's also joined by No Do-hee, Kwang Dai-han, and Shin Dong-min, but it's Natalia Malashevska.
Building up her speed, crossing through the apex of the turn. Those are some 5 crossover corners, which is a great foot speed, again, especially on the slow, soft ice. You need that. And oh no, and we've had a fall from...
Sidorko goes down, and there was nobody there to tag up as the teammate had already gone by. Now they'll do that, unfortunate for the Wildcats. And yeah, we're just heading into a resurfacing break, so nice breaking away a little bit, but it's Topolska and No Do-hee 1 and 2. And it is Adil Galiakmetov on the ice for the Nomads as he jumps to second behind DNA Cellier.
Excellent maneuvering by the Ukrainian Wildcats. I'm fairly surprised to see the White Tigers back in third. I'm not sure if we're having an equipment. Yeah, we're having an equipment problem, but we're having another fall. They've missed the exchange, and now, oh dear, because you can only tag guys in a specific order, that's taking over a lap for his teammate to come cover him.
He'll finally get it. I don't know if they even got the tag there.
They did not. No.
So yeah, they're sort of giving up the ghost here, and so chance for the Wildcats to at least jump a position. So I think they've now made up that gap and jumped ahead.
It doesn't change what we were seeing before with maybe a little bit of equipment problem. I think that was Im Jung-un. Is that when they come out again, we'll take a closer look. And his teammate now telling him, hey, calm down, relax, it's okay.
That's Wang Dai-han talking there, and it's Shin Dong-min, the other White Tiger. And so Wang, of course, a vastly experienced skater, but two skaters, we always look for that one corner that causes chaos, and it's been that one a few times today.
So let's see when Shin comes out now, if he's able to skate with a little more comfort or if something's going on with those skates.
Yeah, you mentioned that he had lost a gap, and Cellier almost skated into the back of the Kazakh Nomads, and it's just a little bit of chaos here, and yeah, tough hanging on to that corner there.
He's having a hard time on his right skate. He immediately 2 foots. That means the right skate's not holding.
And Felix Pigeon jumps ahead of Wang Dai-han. And so it could be the Hussars picking up the victory here. And unlike the men's or women's relay, not really able to sit off. You have to take your spot, and it will be the Hussars taking it. One made it close, but I remember back in Beijing, it was the Koreans, and one of their skaters had an issue with his blade, and he just sat and waited in the middle for the last chunk of the race, and they had to go with 3, but can't do that here.
Well, I was just wondering, how would someone do that here? And I'll have to do a little bit of research, because in a men's race or a women's race, you only have to skate 1 lap. So even if this happens, right? We're like, my only relay guy hurt his ankle or twisted his knee, but you just have to make it 1 lap, and then the team can carry the rest. But since this is a fixed schedule, I don't know how you would manage if it was any more serious than this. So
Sidorko going down there.
On her own, just breaking out.
Let's see, was it Galiakmetov who went down? Wasn't there anyway.
Cellier looking comfortable here in his. Was that just a toe in or some? Yeah, getting his body weight a little too far forward. Remember, you hit those soft spots in the ice, and suddenly your body's moving faster than your feet. Yep, and then this. Hey, this is unusual. Typically, the skater being lapped, it's their requirement to get out of the way. So I don't know that was being reviewed, but just in general, Cellier did have the right of the track, the right of way on the track in that instance.
But in the end, they still come through to take the race. Almost reached it, Wang Dai-han, but Pigeon hanging on. And so the Hussars and the White Tigers moving on. And the Wildcats did get up for 3rd, and Nomads for 4th.
We visited with Natalia on the beach the other day, along with Mikhail Novinsky, and they're sure fun to watch their back and forth. They're very supportive of one another.
So that is heat number 4, and the repair work can begin in earnest. One final block of racing still to come on qualifying day 1 here in Gdansk. There are your semifinalists. Still to come, we have the men's 500-meter repechage heats. Usually we're used to starting in quarterfinals, but with so many skaters, we have repechage heats, and that's why it's being held today. Repechage quarters and semis go on Saturday, as always. And then the ranking finals to get those quota ranking positions for the Olympics. You see the start time, that is 5:20 local time. That's in about 18 minutes. So another chance to catch your break for the last time from here in Gdansk. See you on the other side. One final block of racing on the marathon qualifying day number 1. Just about as long tomorrow too, same start time, 9:30 a.m. local time. Check your local listings. But we do end half an hour earlier, at least scheduled, compared to today, because there's no mixed relay to worry about. So what's remaining today? A big chunk of 500-meter repechage heats, 15 of them in all, and then one more women's relay, the ranking races, the ranking final. 3 teams will go for 9th to 11th there. And so the first heat's out on the ice in the men's 500 meters, the repechage heat. It's the top skater from each race and a maximum 5 fastest second place skaters qualify for the repechage quarterfinals, which will go Saturday morning. There is the seeded skater in this race, Daniil Aibag. He's joined by Etienne Bastier, Tariq Omoragic, Adam Amar Azvar Aslan of Malaysia, and Lin Chun Che of the Chinese Taipei Blue Magpies.
What were you saying earlier about magpies? They're very strategic.
Well, they're very clever. They're related to crows, and I mean they're very smart birds in the grand scheme of things in the ornithological world.
Go to the start.
There's a word of the day for you.
Ready.
I still like do the thing.
Do the thing.
And it is Lin. He likes to jump out to the lead.
Quick, do the thing.
Do the thing.
Get to the front, win the race, block everyone else. All the things, do all the things.
And so, yeah, he is in front now. He just faces Aibag approaching and talking about a crafty tactic. It could pay off, but Aibag sneaks up the inside nicely there.
That was a nice, quick little move off the left to get there without any contact by Aibag.
Bastier now has some work to get around, but it is Aibag now with the opportunity to just pull away as Bastier makes the move. It's far too late, though, as Daniil Aibag has the gap, and he'll go for that time, because, of course, that will determine where he will go on the start line in the repechage quarterfinal. Shake of the head there, not sure if he's thrilled with the time. 42.666 rather. Ooh, my. That's .666.
Oi. Well, it's lucky he won, because that's an unlucky number, isn't it?
I'm sure if it gets him a decent spot on the line in the repechage quarterfinals, it won't matter to him one bit.
That's right. That's right. So here's that move up the inside. It's well timed. That quick little hop off of the left skate, that's shockingly hard to do. He did it well. He did it at a good time and good place on the track. Here's Bastier moving up the inside. Another good timing. It's easy to rush that and to run into the arm of the skater in front of you, but he really nailed the timing. I'm sure he'd love to have gotten there sooner to close that gap on Aibag, but hey, such is sport, such is life. Still a good result.
So he has a 43.306 does Etienne Bastier, and so now he'll wait a lot of races to see if that's one of the maximum 5 fastest second. There he is. Any penalties, of course, those second place times start to disappear. Heat number 2 has a pretty big name headlining it. Roberts Kreuzbergs, of course, not his preferred distance. He's more 1,000, 1,500, but he's the seeded skater here, ranked number 11th in the world, so he's no slouch. Frederick Pedersen, Lee Jun-so, experienced operator, Rio Ong, and Raphael Moret.
Go to the start. Ready.
Kreuzberg sure is sporting a Movember mustache there, isn't he? That's a good look. I like that. Good look. It's building up to speed as well.
He has Lee right behind him. Again, that X-factor element, Lee, unranked in this, but he is an experienced skater, so one of those guys coming into this and who could sort of turn over the form book. But right now, Kreuzbergs, he's so difficult to pass. He's so big, he's so strong.
And he's smart. He's looking around. He knows where Lee is, and he's purposefully being in the way. That's what you're supposed to do.
take this one so often. We've seen it a few times where a guy tries to pass him and they go shoulder to shoulder, and that guy just glances off into the mats, and Krusbergs barely breaks stride, but he takes that one nicely. 42.290 for Lee, 42.282, pardon me, updated time, and that will move him ahead of Bastier in that race for those possible second place spots.
So off the start, we see those quick feet.
Just like a can opener.
Just like opening up a can of soda. That's what it sounds like.
There you go. That one makes sense.
You know, it's funny. I know that it's funny. It's like, but really, like it's something that coaches use, and it's a multi-sensory sport. Because, like I said, you're listening, what's going on around you. You're looking, whose skates are around you.
You can almost tell based on sound what might be wrong with something.
Well, honestly, if your feet are heavy, if it's like bang, 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 you know, if you hear your feet on the ground, you are not being efficient. You're being heavy, and so often what you want to be in any sport is light on your feet. Twitchy is the word I often use to describe it. It's quick.
2 down, 2 clean races. Number 3, there you go, Felix Pigeon, Lennart Lysans, pardon me, Lucas McDonald, Liam O'Brien, and Peter Murphy. So a number of the skaters closely ranked in this one. You look at Pigeon ranked 47th in the world. There he is. McDonald 56, Lysans 60, O'Brien and Murphy 82 and 85. So there could be a couple battles out there on the ice for some very closely ranked skaters.
That's right. And remember, I mean, honestly, anything can happen in a 500. It's unpredictable.
Go to the start. Ready.
And it's a good start for Lysans out of position 2. Pigeon takes it right back on the inside. He gets that warm ovation from the home crowd.
Taking 2 crossovers into his corner, but a little bobble there. That's by the Latvian skater, opening up room for McDonald.
McDonald inside 2, but Pigeon taking off. He has a gap and almost has a chance to put this one in cruise control, but just keeping the blades down, and he will glide to victory. We'll see what McDonald's time is, 42.57. Would put him, that's the second of 3 fastest second place times. 42.554, McDonald's time confirmed. It's a good start by Lysans, but just couldn't hold it.
So you can see Felix Pigeon actually has a little bit different equipment set up than everybody else. Once we get another zoom out, you'll be able to...
It's a custom. Tyler had noticed that. It's a custom job. I think his dad has a machine shop and almost made that custom, sort of, was it the bridge between the blade?
And so what's helpful with that, some skaters use a titanium plate between the 2 cups, and that will help the blade hold its bend. Blades are bent to the left to help skaters turn as they go. Usually they're bent harder at the toe than they are at the heel. So if you're accelerating, you lean forward onto your toes where your blades do more of the work. And if you're gliding or conserving energy, you sit back on your heel and your body does a little more of the work, but it's easier work to be done. And so that bend is constantly fluctuating. By adding reinforcements like that, it actually protects the integrity of the blade for longer, especially if you get a kick or if you toe in and get a fall. These blades are getting dinged up all the time.
Number 4, Niall Tracy, Alejandro Rivero, Tawan Toma, Danilo Fedorenko, and Shin Dong Min.
Go to the start.
All the way out from position 5.
Ready.
But he's shown he is a racer. And he gets up into 3rd right around the first corner. But Tracy preserving position 1, out of position 1.
So this is a chance for Shin to gain some experience, but also to show off a little bit at top speed. So now that he's up in second, now remember, this is the skater who is having some blade trouble in the mixed relay. So I'm going to take a step back here really quick. His blades are clearly still off. That's not a normal thing.
Down there on his own, and so Tracy really allowed the opportunity to pad the lead and take the victory. Rivero Mershak 42.53 unofficially. That usually will tick down a little bit. And yeah, 42.530 on the nose. And 42.52, pardon me. And so yeah, that slots him ahead of Lucas McDonald and Etienne Bastier.
Nice quick feet off the start. And starts are hard because you really do have to balance. You want your knee drive to come up, but you also want your push to extend out long. There's so many things to think about. It's such an odd movement to run on your skates. We're seeing Shin here just trying to see what's going on with his blade. In the mixed relay, it seemed to be the right blade that was giving him trouble. Here he has looked comfortable previously. Yeah, it's odd because it's at the end of the push that it gives out. It's before he's finished his weight transfer, but after he's began the pressure into the ice, it's almost impossible to recover from something like that.
Now mentally, when you can't fully trust your equipment, that's got to wreak havoc for a skater.
I'll tell you, my opinion is that's why so many skaters are coming around with a good result, shaking their head at the coach, because, hey, it is scary out there when you can't trust the ice and you're constantly fine-tuning. Is it me? Is it my equipment? What can I control to make the situation better? And sometimes either nothing or just plain your attitude about it. And I think everyone here is in that boat with, hey, this is how the ice is. I may not feel good, but all I can really control is how I respond to that.
Really underscoring the importance of that mental discipline, the mental toughness, the resiliency in bouncing back from uncertainty.
Go to the start.
And do you enjoy the process? Do you enjoy the uncertainty or find some way to find fun in it, or does it defeat you?
Ready.
Berzins, Bendig, Zaksabayev, Howard, and Karabin. Golden Star, Wolf, Nomad, Eagle, and Ice Deer. And right now, Berzins off and away, but he has Zaksabayev bearing down on him.
Something going on with Marcus Howard in that first turn, but it seems to be self-imposed, so there was no callback, there was no fall, but here's a fall.
There goes Bendig at top speed on his own. There will be a review, however. We'll see what that one is for, but a good move by Zaksabayev into the lead.
Marcus Howard working to close that gap. Berzins trying to set something up.
Oh, and he tumbles at the end. Zaksabayev can't hold it out of the corner, and Berzins says, thank you very much.
That's right.
And so that one incident, whatever it was cleared, but there's that second one right at the line now. But was it Zaksabayev on his own, or was there anything? That's why there is the replay.
And it does seem like when you're not, knee deep in the sport, that, gosh, this is just so hectic and everything changes all the time. But the thing is that when you are in the sport, the better you get, the luckier you get. The stronger you get, the more calls go your way. So it is, and there's that bump with Marcus Howard. I wonder, in that instance, I wonder if maybe he saved it and didn't need to save it, considering that often if there's a fall, it does get called back. That fall, didn't see if that was an ice issue, but it's no secret.
This is the second look, I believe. Is this for the line? No, this will be it for the line.
So he's he kicks the block. He mismanages his speed, comes up the inside a little too fast, which bumps the arm of the Kazakh Nomad. So it's here. That is very difficult to time. It's very advanced to know how to hold your speed back. And who can do that? The finish line's right there. You're not holding back at that moment. But again, the officials don't care if you meant to or not. The officials care if your behavior impacted the result of someone else in the race.
So it is Berzins who's getting looked at. It looks like they have made a decision, and we'll find out what it is.
Final decision, penalty, number 34, Ledya.
There you go. It is Berezins, and as Catherine mentioned, it doesn't matter that you didn't mean to do it. You couldn't hold it coming out of the corner and knocking out the opponent there. And
that's right. And
right there.
Oh, push. I see. So there's a little combination. Like he's coming up too fast on a skater who's still got their arm down in the pivot, but then also coming up so fast he almost has to put his hand out to try to create the space. You can tell there he's not happy with it.
Carabin now with the second place time, 43.676. And we will move into heat number 6. This has Brendan Corey came very close to getting one of the advancing times, but in the end he'll be seeded in this one. Ivan Donchev, Luka Jasic, Edek Anderson, and Ernestas Chuk.
Go to the start.
Brendan Corey sharing with me that part of the reason for his change from training in Salt Lake City over to training in the Italian team in Formio was that the Italian team allowed him to have access to some of their athlete services. Oh, we got a fall, the skater down.
A bump and check. Fortunate there, the Lithuanian Bison, because he went down on his own and they weren't going to bring that back, but when there was the bump around the corner, then they did.
Lucky. That's short track does also come with a little bit of luck.
There it is, on his own.
Oh yeah, that was on his own. Good eye.
And then
there's
the bump. Donchev lost his balance and went into Jasic. And
yep. Oh, and a little hand push there on Brittany. Yeah, so he just got pinched. Like, couldn't go forward any faster, but then he also couldn't really scale back without this happening. So very rarely do you see a penalty off the start. It happens when someone's just being overly aggressive or multiple times causing the same contact. But typically, everyone's just trying to get to their top speed as fast as possible. I'm taking some time now to take care of the ice and also manage their blades. And then I'll just share quickly, so a benefit for Brendan Corey of making that change in his training, moving from Salt Lake City to Italy to train not with the American team, but with the Italian team, he has access to athlete services. He can use their blade tech, he can use their physio, and that's really, when you train at this level, if you have to manage all of your own all your own rehab, basically. Even if you're not hurt, you're constantly rehabbing or prehabbing. If you have to manage that whole thing by yourself, write your own weightlifting programs, maintain your own bike, it's too much. So he has access to more support where he's at now.
Go to the start. Ready.
And Australia is one of those nations that divides up funding based on kind of medal potential, and him getting a world championship medal a couple of years ago certainly opened up that door a little bit. And now but you still have to maximize, given you're a small program, your resources. And so seeing it here off the front, Jasic now up the inside, good move into second. There's a skater down, that's Anderson. And Donchev down, Jasic goes out wide, and Corey, unperturbed, will stay away from all that drama and skate away to victory.
That is why it is smart to be out front. He is not happy with that because, again, even he's finishing in second, but after losing that much speed, unofficial 44.2, that's not going to be fast enough to go on to the next round.
We'll see if that review might benefit him, but
I would be. Let's see. I would be surprised, but
he was sitting in second though. But
it's totally. That's one of those discretionary spots where, since it's based on time, the officials might throw one his way, but they might not.
Good move for him to get up.
That was a good entry. No crossovers on the entry, so now he's on his left skate coming around the apex turn. I'm so impressed that he held that. That's really great. We see a fall happening behind. Hard to tell what happened there, but this is contact. He's up.
So it is Donchev getting looked at.
Okay. And it's Donchev that's coming up on the inside. Again, he's not necessarily controlling or holding back the speed. Maybe those shoulders get even, but we're going to have to see from some different angles or just plain defer to the refs.
So it could, we aren't being noted of a possible advancement if the ruling does determine there was an infraction. Nice to see he's all smiles despite this Norwegian program. We've spoken about them a bit, and I remember chatting with Frederick Petterson back in Montreal, and he says, we're realistic. The Olympics this time around, it would be great if we got one in, but we're a cohort that trains together. We're all around a similar age, so we are aiming 4 years down the line. And so they've all just kind of come out of juniors together, and we will see. I mean, Norwegian sports, they know how to develop athletes, particularly winter ones.
They sure do. Norway is well known for their long-term athletic development, and so what they do, I'll tell you in a moment. Let's listen to what the official has to say.
Final decision, penalty number 79 from Bulgaria, an advancement for skater 136 from Serbia.
And so Jasic does get advanced, and so he took the chance to get up into second, and here we go, failure to give way. Just looking, diving up the inside, maybe a little too late, and Jasic.
Yeah, and I know that pass. I know that pass very well.
It's called the Reuter. No,
it's not. But it's like, I gotta go now. I have to do it. I have to try. What am I gonna do? Just sit in the back and watch my Olympic spot go? No, you're not going to do that. That's not what athletes at this level are. It's not the game they're playing. So they're going to make that aggressive move because it's better that you fall down trying than not try in the first place.
And this is the repechage heats, and so it's not like you can get relegated much further in terms of the ranking. But Jasic gets rewarded for essentially animating that move up into second, and we'll see what he can do in the repechage quarterfinal. Heat number 7. Some pretty big names. Michał Niewinski, Matsuzu Shuta, Lucas Wareham, Sujin Peng, and Purapat Chiangmai. Unfamiliar territory for Niewinski. He's used to getting into semis and finals.
He had a fall earlier today, is that right? Yep.
I believe so, yeah. There have been so many races. Don't quiz me right now.
I agree. I'm pretty sure.
At this stage of the day, it's like, did that happen?
I know it happened. Did it happen in the 500? I'm pretty sure. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here.
Go to the start.
There he is with his little lucky charm, wiping off his swimsuit.
And he will win the dash into the corner. Matsuzu looked like he might have had a half a stride going in, but it really is those two right now. Will there be an opening?
You can see Michał Niewinski using those deep breaths, big exhales to increase his power as he pushes around the seat. You see it? He's using his exhales to increase the power in each push. Similar to weightlifting, you're supposed to exhale when you lift the heavy weight. You're supposed to exhale. And look at that, a move up the inside.
Matsuzu, nicely done, timed it well. Collision at the back between Wareham and Su, but Matsuzu takes the heat. Nicely done from him with that move late.
Wow, a surprising move, especially as I'm admiring Niewinski's power and sneaky up the inside. It's Japanese ninjas. They can fit into the smallest little spaces.
42-3-2, Niewinski 42-4-1. That is quicker than a couple of the results that are provisionally through, and so it's second fastest of the second place times. But now remember, we're down to 4 with the 1 advancement.
A really nice move up the inside. I don't know if Michał Niewinski even really felt that coming. It was so sneaky.
Result for Matsuzu, who came into this ranked 78th in the world. They are reviewing sort of everything there. Shuta, he turns 26 on December 2nd. Originally out of Tokyo, now living in Osaka.
And it's odd as we start seeing the birthdays happening later and later in the year. So the cutoff date for speed skating is at least when I was skating, I hope it's still the same. It was July 1st. So,
But you were skating when, like, before birth certificates
that's
were a
right.
thing.
Yes, it was that long ago. But what's surprising is you often see summer birthdays in the sport. You see July, August, September, just because those athletes tend to be the oldest based on the cutoff age. And then there's this kind of second wave, October, November, December. But it gets more and more rare as you keep going. Actually, I know one skater, though, Julie Lataille, with a June birthday. Very rare in the sport.
The nerve.
Yeah, well, it speaks highly of her perseverance, because when you're young and you're the youngest one in your age group, that's a disadvantage. But if you can persevere through that, it all evens out eventually, but it really takes extra effort on behalf of that younger athlete to stay in the sport and continue to make a splash, even if they're at a disadvantage.
And so the results made official, but let's just see.
Final decision. No penalty for share responsibility between skater 143 from Chinese Taipei and number 41 from Australia.
That was for that collision between Wareham and Sue back in that corner over there. Wouldn't have affected the results anyway, so here it is. I'm not sure if that was the angle.
This is the pass.
Yeah, one going
There we
in,
go.
one coming out.
I see.
Meeting in the middle.
Correct.
And so Matsuzu winning it, and Nivinsky will now on the bubble. Interesting for him.
4:07, 42:407 is the official time there from Michal Nowiński.
Heat number 8, a couple of Anatolian pars, a Royal, a Blue Magpie, and a Viking. Dennis Orrs,
Go to the
Mohammed
start.
Bosdag, Jonathan Moody, Lightside, Juan Chen, and Aaron Fading.
Ready.
Good start for Moody. Get out of position 3 into second behind Orrs.
Good step out to keep building into the corner. Orrs and Moody pulling a small gap.
Orrs really stretching it. Chance for him to open it up, but let's see if the time at the front slows him down. Moody now under pressure a little bit from Bosdag, and we will get the bell. And now Bosdag up the inside, and he makes that one stick nicely.
Sure did.
Bosdag and Turkia going 1 and 2. Orrs and Bosdag, a pair of pars.
A pair of pars. Well, and talk about a program, you mentioned how the Norwegian team's been developing, the Turkish team's been developing for pretty well a whole Olympic cycle at this point.
A lot of guys of similar age.
And a dedicated coaching staff. It takes so much work administratively to get a program off the ground and to develop it and to support the athletes. And we see, again, that hands up of like, I'm not trying to create anything here. Jonathan Moody, not much he can do in that situation. He defended well, and it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Do I defend this and risk losing speed? Or do I step out and build speed and give up the lane position? What can you do? In the moment, you just do what feels best, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
And Bosdag's 42.699, not enough to move forward as a second place result. And so down to our final 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or 10 dozen more races. No. We're at the stage of the qualifying days where the mind wanders a little bit. So we get a little loopy. Anyway, heat number 9, Oleg Hande, Liu Shuchang, Radek Faikus, Daniel Tiborts. There we go. Munk Erden
Go to the start. Ready.
And everybody through, and Hyundai might have been half a stride behind, but had the inner lane advantage to get up into the lead. Faikus up into second.
Skaters building speed, those quick little straightaways. So you notice it's crossovers build speed faster than straightaways. Hyundai didn't even take a straightaway there. That's a top speed lap.
And Feikus lost a lot of speed, slipped to fourth. Gdansk off the back, but Hyundai, T-Borts, and Liu. And T-Borts, is he sizing up a late move as Hyundai perhaps starts to fade? He's going to push it, but Hyundai hanging on. Good skate from him.
You know, Gavin, you talk about how we get a little loopy, but skaters were here way before us this morning. And they have cool downs and ice baths. They got to see their physios after this. And I think that's one of the biggest reasons why race days are so exhausting, because let's say you touch the ice 5 times, but it's 30 to 45 minutes before and after every time you touch the ice to warm your body up, cool your body down, fuel it properly, take care of equipment. So we're seeing a pretty clean start here. Looks like a little contact early on. A smooth move. Not smooth finish there. Moving up into second, a little arm contact. Man, really a lot of jockeying for position in that race.
Were you of the era, too, that you had time to do an ice warm-up to get a feel for the ice in the morning?
I did. I was a part of that era. Yep. Sport's just growing so much. It's
no time.
It's probably doubled in size since my day. And the other thing that's great about it is when I first started, it was Korea, China on top all the time. Sometimes Japan, sometimes Canada, Canada was very good, but it wasn't as diverse as it is now. And now the entire top 12 could all be from different countries, or maybe 1 or 2 repeats, but it used to be there's really only 3 or 4 dominating countries. And now it was fun for me to be a part of the change of the guard in that. Really, many countries are now very competitive, and I'm grateful to have been a part of that generational shift in the sport.
Wondra Moon, Sean McAnuff, Maxim Maximov, Peter Yasapati, and Martin Prentel. And so Moon skating very well. Not one of the higher seeded skaters in this heat, but he got out of position 1, and there's a crash in for second. And now Moon off and away on his own. McAnuff has some work to do, inside 2 to go, but Maximov and Yasapati just sort of really disrupted the flow of this race as the gaps are huge now.
But remember, in a 500, you can never back off because your time from the previous round determines your start position in the next round. So no matter what, even if everyone falls but you, it is still a sprint.
And so McAnuff a 43.72, that won't do it. But we'll see what that comes of that review, Maximov and Yasapati, because that was near the front anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Start.
Moon having a great jump off of first position, easily out front, avoiding all of this chaos.
Tangle, arms, and here's the move, and just high speed.
Maybe a little speed wobble there.
Sounded like this might be a look at it here too again.
Oh, blade contact.
And they were pretty side by side.
Yeah. And there's when you're skating, I would say that's one of the hardest contacts to avoid. If you can see a shoulder coming, you can see a hip coming, even hands, right? But if your job is to skate and to stride, and this hot stride hits that stride, it's one of the most difficult forms of conflict to navigate.
One of them striding with the right boot, one of them striding with the left. No,
correct.
You can do when they come together.
Correct.
And that what is being looked at. They're saying possible shared responsibility for this one. So Yasapati had the jump, but then they're side by side there, and you know.
Yeah, I would like to see that again coming from down the straightaway here. So that's. I don't know what they're considering here. Possibly they're looking at Bulgaria on Hungary, so potentially Bulgaria being the aggressor in that situation.
firm still. They're still taking a gander down there.
It's a tough feeling. It's a tough feeling to know that the results are in the hands of someone else. And I'll just share for myself, a big reason I chose the sport of speed skating was because it was important to me to have a sport where like I can win the race. And well, here we see skaters kind of talking about, hey, what happened? How did that happen? A little support between teammates here. So it is nice to be in a sport where the winners are chosen based off of results as opposed to chosen based off of a score. But obviously we do still have to have officials to determine were those results achieved safely and within the scope of the rules.
To the ice we go.
Final decision, no penalty for shared responsibility between skater number 45 from Hungary and skater number 82 from Bulgaria.
So yeah, it's just what I ended up seeing. One guy striding with one, I guess striding with the other. No one, I guess, making it an embellished move towards one way outside of the normal movement. So
yeah, maybe a little. No, yeah, obviously no penalty for shared responsibility. Maybe a little bit of track patterning there, but nothing that's egregious or even strategic, just speed building, like we've said before. Sometimes if you miss the opportunity to build speed on the corner, you have to be aggressive in the straightaway to make up for that, and then that's where sometimes conflicts can happen because that's not typical. That's recovering from a mistake, and then you bump into someone else, and you know, what can you do?
11, perhaps unfamiliar territory for Denis Nikisha, going through the long way in his favorite event. Lucas Koo, Chandler Tapram, Tobias Wolff, and Quentin Falcock, who had the slower time, and so that's him out in position 5, and a lot of work to do. And it is Nikisha just wanting to perhaps dispel this one as quickly as possible. Let's get moving on to bigger races.
That's right, and Falcock is going to have to pick skaters off one at a time. It doesn't make for a great fastest time, but it's his only option at this point. And at this point, I don't know if he's even going to be able to close it.
He's eyeing third. He's got Tapram in his sights, and there's to move up the inside into second. And now Koo, but there's only one lap to go, and it's Nikisha, Koo bearing down on him.
Falcock has an opportunity. Can he carry his speed into the pass? Cannot.
It's not there, but it's Nikisha taking it, and a 42.64 for Lucas Henry Koo. And I'm not sure if that time is even good enough.
It's right on the edge right now. We'll have to wait and see the official time.
Still have 4 heats still to come. 42.612, the official time for Koo.
It does, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Gives him a 5th. Gives him a 5th fastest third. Oh, fastest second, sorry. 1 Serbian was advanced.
Right, so we're down to 4 there.
So right now, Lucas Koo is on the bubble with the 4th fastest second place time with, what did we say, 4 events to go.
Sorry, it doesn't look like he has it. Because the results are official and there's nothing next to his name.
Okay.
Let's just wait for the screen, but either way. But Nikisha, we know, won.
That's right, and that's what he's used to in the 500.
And so the remaining 4 heats will have 4 skaters. And there you go, so yeah,
nope.
Not enough.
No, not today.
Falcock, you know, on another day, position 5, almost hamstrung in there where you just had to get through guys. And anyway, that's the position, the time position there. Anyway, Kolench, Leontenko, Growth Close, Aida Petyan.
Go to the start. Ready.
Kolench quick off the line. Everybody gets through the corner.
Great acceleration. No pause in those crossovers, and now coming up to top speed.
Kolench Kulents, who is the top-seeded skater in this heat, 24th in the world. So he's another one who would just like to get through this with as little drama as possible. But Leontenko has other plans in mind.
He's looking. Leontenko's looking for room, but now he has to defend.
It's Grossklo's up into second. Kulents will get the win. And a 42.83 for Grossklos. I don't think that'll do it.
That was a good example, though, of Leontenko in second. So as soon as you start to put your eyes on setting up to pass into first, you've risked your second. As soon as you step out, third place can come in and take your lane. And so it's always a trade of being defense. My personal racing strategy was always defense first. And when I know I'm safe, then I can accelerate, which, yeah, sometimes you're not as aggressive as, you know, maybe you wish you had been, but at the same time, this is what happens when you try the other way. So I had a friend and a teammate who would always share with me, experience is what you get when you don't get what you want.
So wise.
Yep. Yep.
3 to go. You see the results. Kulents the only one moving through. And so heat number 13 as Kyle Ross-Waddell, Łukasz Kuczynski, Tibor Komoricki, and Ben Jung, Royal, Hussar, Goldhorn, and Wolf.
Go to the start. Ready.
We talked a bit in the first World Tour stop. It was very much the summer of love for the Polish Hussars, with the Celliers getting married and Łukasz Kuczynski becoming engaged to, I think it's to Polska.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
want to confirm that. And Jung jumps nicely into second. Kuczynski trying to battle back. And in the end, Ross-Waddell goes out. And that might be interesting because I don't think he was part of that initial incident, but he might have been at the front, so we'll see. But Jung and Komoricki now.
No one's leaving anything on the table here today, especially Gavin, like you said, this is a repechage round, so there's no, even if you get penalized, you can't go lower than this. So you really are encouraged to go all out and let the chips fall.
This is where they're a little more cavalier, so to speak.
So on the replay, we've got a clean start. Nice knee drives coming up.
It is Kuczynski. We'll see the incident, but he's the one who's getting looked at, possibly. And here it is. Ross-Waddell didn't have anything to do with it, but is forced out there.
Just one coming in, one coming out.
So it might be the benefit of being at the front for Kyle Ross-Waddell if there is the ruling there that could see him advance. But Ben Jung with a good win. Again, providing those results are made final. Things official, and yeah, there is a ruling made. We'll leave it to go down to the ice, and here we go.
Final decision, penalty for skater 130 from Poland, and we have an advancement for skater number 91 for Great Britain.
And there you have it. So Kuczynski gets the penalty, and Ross-Waddell, who was in the lead when he had no idea what blindsided him there, the illegal late pass, and he will get the advancement. And so here it comes.
Shoulders are not quite even. By the time they are, it is quite late, and Polish skater even goes past second, accidentally into first. They don't care. They don't care if that was an accident or not. But I just like to point that out, that like so often it's not reckless. This is my best effort, and sometimes we can't control it because they are on the edge of a very thin blade on brittle ice, and they're maxed out. We've been here, athletes have been here almost 10, 11 hours at this point. So we're seeing the fatigue.
Ready.
Anderman, Roskindblad, Sui, and Previtali in this one. Suishin leading the way.
Previtali really kind of in a place of need, needing to move on to these next rounds, running out of time to get that third country spot qualified. And it's a home game, so they want a full quota.
There he goes, trying to make the move around the outside. In the end, Anderman had the opening, but he took a bump, and then he piles into Previtali. And so there's almost a domino effect that they're going to have to look at. And so Anderman will get over the line first, ahead of Roskindblad. And yeah, good luck, because one almost led to the other, which led to the other.
Absolutely. We're going to have to get a couple looks at that replay for sure. I don't know about you, my eyes are spinning in my head trying to make sense of all the things that happened just then.
A little bit, because I sort of saw Sui perhaps going into Anderman, who then just carried it around the corner, going into Previtali. And anyway, we'll get a better look here, but we don't have the opportunity to really stop or slow things down. But here's one, there's two,
yep.
And then there's three.
Yes. A lot of skaters putting everything out there, so just a little contact here. That's more of like a pinching situation. That's not a pushing situation, but an athlete can feel pinched. That makes them feel tight. Then they can't control their blades, and then they lose their speed. Then they overextend to try to get back, and then it's just like you said with those dominoes, and then we kick a block. I mean, so many things.
The advertising's down on the corner there.
All the things. All the things all at once.
And so looking at Sui, who was on the inside, they're looking at possibly Previtali coming across there. Is the first one being looked at, because he was the first one who might have knocked over the skater from Hong Kong, China, or knocked him off balance originally. Right now, this will be the move between Anderman and Previtali.
Which Previtali, really a lot of power going into that corner. He tries to finish the pass too early.
I think it's the one before that even started that off. And
oh, I see. So he might have been coming into that turn already a little off balance, and then you can see he's just trying to finish the pass a little sooner than it actually is finished. He goes to put his left hand down on the pivot, but since he's not quite around yet, he's forced to reach for the ice. Once you reach for the ice, it drops your shoulders down, it lifts your hips up, and people can save it. That's a savable move, but you can't save it with speed, and 9 times out of 10, a fall does come from it.
so a lot to unpack.
Well, especially again for Previtali, who's I'm under the impression who is really maybe feeling some pressure at this point to make sure that the Italian team has full quota spots going into February.
So yeah, I mean, there's that last lap. You can almost start anywhere with Previtali going in on Sui going into Anderman, and then Anderman and Previtali coming together. And so a sort of a trilogy of incidents on one final lap.
That's right, and it's very common whenever there's some contact or just anything that could cause a bit of anxiety or get an athlete to feel spooked. The typical response is like, hurry up and do something, and
do the thing.
Do the thing. That's right. See, you're learning. You're learning.
It's about time.
So it's often just a reaction of like, I gotta do something. But again, you see this in athletes at different stages in their career, because over time, eventually that response turns into, hold on, back off. Let me keep my speed. Let me keep my track. And it becomes less aggressive and more focused on flow. And again, it takes a very mature athlete, because when you take that step back, it feels counterintuitive, like you're giving up, but actually you're giving yourself a chance to recenter.
Here we go.
Final decision, yellow card. for skater number 41 from Italy. And we have an announcement for skater 98 from Hong Kong, China.
So it is the 2 incidents on that last corner that leads to the yellow card. So 2 incidents that draw penalties. So here's the first one. So yeah, he's not in front, and that knocked Sui off balance.
Yep.
And so then Anderman is on the inside, and it looks like he might be a little bit in front, and then
It's kind of the same thing again, isn't it?
So yeah, 2 incidents in one race. Yellow card only becomes an issue if he gets a second yellow card, and then he's sort of disqualified for the rest of the weekend. We did see it last year for William Donjanu in Tilburg, but it's very, very rare. But there you go, Previtali, the yellow card. Sui gets advanced. Anderman goes through, and unfortunate for Roskin Black to get in second, but he's the one who doesn't go through. Heat number 15.
Ready.
Doesn't matter, this is third last race of the day, keeping us on our toes. Prost, Liu, Sepal, and Gudov.
We got to keep it exciting all the way to the finish. That's short track.
Oh, and Liu gets some contact from Gudov and then goes down. Prost. That just stretches the gap even more. So unfortunate for Liu, that'll get looked at. As you can see, the yellow review dot.
What I'm seeing here is as athletes are trying to build up to speed, they're having a hard time staying down in their position. I'm not sure if that's ice or if that's fatigue sitting in, but it's definitely showing up in these lap times.
I have a theory, perhaps both.
You know, probably. It usually is both.
So Prost gets the win. And I don't think he's the one getting looked at. It is Gudov who is getting a look for that incident early on in the race with Liu Jianshuo of the Hong Kong Ice Chilins. It was early enough that, so here's the move. And I think it might have been actually even going into this corner.
Right here, and we're seeing this a lot today. They're just rushing it. They're not finished with the pass, but they're trying. Oh, and he's on block, so it's 2 things. It's Bulgaria coming from the outside, rushing. He's not by yet, but he's hitting his pivot. That causes the Hong Kong skater, well, I don't know if it causes or not, but a side effect is the Hong Kong skater gets too close to the blocks. Again, maybe more of a pinching situation, not a pushing situation. But then as soon as you're feeling tight and stressed, man, and you're at top speed, it's hard to control it.
Is that one of those, it looked like it could be an arm block is what they're looking at, where it's just sort of hanging across there?
Yeah, and again, if you do that with proper timing, that is a move that can be done a little sharper than that. And if it's not done sharp enough, then sometimes a penalty can be the result.
So it looks like they're at screen number 2, punching things in. And so 1 they get looked at, 1 they get punched in.
Final decision, penalty for number 80 from Bulgaria, and we have an announcement for skater number 55 from Hong Kong, China.
Wow, so many advancements to finish up this round.
Going to be some pretty packed repechage quarterfinals, and so Gudov, yeah, ruled to have started this. There's the arm block is the ruling. And right there, bump the knee to start right at the start of the corner, and then the blocks get in there too, and there's only one way but down for Liu Jianshuo, but he will get the other opportunity in the repechage quarterfinals. There you go, results confirmed. 1 race still to go on this qualifying day number 1 in Gdansk. And it is the women's ranking finals for the 3,000 meter relay. 3 teams in this one. That is because the Canadians were penalized in their quarterfinal. And so this is for 9 10 and 11.
Go to the start. Ready.
Yelizaveta Sidorko for the Ukrainian Wildcats. I see Diana Vegi leading the way for the Hungarian Falcons. It was Olga Tikhonova leading things off for the Nomads. And I think that's Barbara Samogi leading the way. And the Nomads up into the lead. Yana Khan. Not all hands to the pumps just yet, but every single ranking spot, every single place matters. Coming into this weekend, the Wildcats were sitting in 13th. So they would certainly love a 9th to help their position. The Nomads were sitting in 11th, and the Falcons in 10th. And so all of these sides would benefit from a 9th place result when you're chasing top 8 for that Olympic quota berths. And so perhaps a little bit more of a feeling out. No time to take risks right now, although I guess the worst you can do is 11th, but with one more chance to nail that relay coming up next weekend in the Netherlands, you don't want to leave it to chance in that last one. And Saralutsa Baksky in now for the Falcons. And the tempo picking up under 10 seconds. It is Olga Tikhonova leading the way for the Nomads. Diana Vegi and then Sidorko. As the lap times ticking down bit by bit. That one just a little bit further down. So all of these sides would benefit from a 9th place result. At least give them in position to chase a top 8, chase a high finish next weekend in the Netherlands, to knock them into that top 8 perhaps, depending on how the math sorts out. And there is an incident that was after the exchange, and so everybody's still in the race here. And on the exchange, the Falcons get the lead. It's Vegi.
Nice timing on the push there, plus a little mistake from Kazakhstan really opens the door for the Hungarian Falcons to get into the lead.
There will be a review, I believe. It might have been elbows out a little bit heading into that last exchange, knocking people off a little bit, but we'll get more details on that in a second. But for the moment, everybody on the same lap. A little bit of a separation of the Wildcats. Rebecca Silitsainen coming around, and on the exchange, the doors open for the Nomads, and not going to quite walk on through.
See, and that's a great example of you can choose the aggressive option and risk losing your speed, or you can just go wide and keep stepping. It doesn't always work, but when it does, it saves everyone a lot of energy and all of us fans a lot of chaos.
And that one review has been cleared. You see the green dot on your screen. One more exchange coming. And it is Maya Somodi to finish things off. Alina Ashgalieva for the Nomads. And it's looking like the Falcons will pick up a 9th place. So for the team that came in sitting in 10th spot, they'll take that one as best they can and try to set things up for a grandstand finish to make a big jump next weekend in Dordrecht.
Well, tell you what though, Gavin, sometimes even when you don't get the result that you wanted, it really goes a long way if you're proud of it. You know, if you know that that was your best effort, or if you know that you and your team came together in a way, in a positive response to adversity. So more than just points here, especially on Olympic year, it's important just to be proud. Proud of the way you handle yourself. That's a beautiful exchange. Push up into the first place. Again, missing the crossovers going in. And there's the fall. It does happen after the exchange, so none of these skaters are considered active skaters. She's, oops. What can I do about that? That's good timing.
And this was the other one there that we're sort of bumping around.
I don't know that the pass for Hungary would have worked if Kazakhstan hadn't gotten caught on their heels, but the combination of a good exchange, a good Hungarian exchange, and a little Kazakh bobble definitely created some space.
And so that is the end of day one. Nothing getting another look. And so Hungarian Falcons will pick up 9th place in the women's relay. And so ends qualifying day one. How are you feeling?
Can we do it again?
We can.
Let's keep going.
We'll be back at the same time tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. local time. You can figure out what the time zone equivalent is. If you're with us today, odds are you've already got that locked down. So there is no change to the start time today. There might be a change to the finish time tomorrow. We might actually be done a bit earlier tomorrow. Either way, 9:30 a.m. local time here in Poland. On behalf of Catherine Reuter-Adamek and everybody involved in putting this together, that's day one of qualifying from Gdansk in Poland. My name is Gavin Day. Talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye.